Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Roll call for January 11th, Tuesday. Representative Kinner.
Here.
Representative Larson.
Here.
Representative Schwartz. Here. Representative Simpson.
Here.
Representative Stith.
Here.
Representative Walters.
Here.
Senator Garou.
Here.
Senator Hicks. Here. Senator Steinmetz. Senator Perkins. Vice Chair Kinski. Chairman Nicholas. Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
I see that we've got the President of the Senate. Welcome. Good to see you. How are you today? Don, why don't you just tell us a little bit about what our day is and our afternoon and kind of just also walk through the week a little bit.
Yes, good morning, members of the committee, Mr. Chairman. You have 4 agencies scheduled for this morning, starting off with Agency 37, the State Engineer, followed by Agency 66, Wyoming Tourism Board. Roughly that time, there'll be an opportunity for a break if you so choose, followed by Agency 51, Wyoming Livestock Board, and your first callback, which is Agency 67, University of Wyoming. That agency is coming to speak on capital construction and ARP Act requests. The capital construction budget, recall, is 227, if you're trying to pull that up. This afternoon, I believe you have a number of informal meetings that you'll attend to. Tomorrow's agenda continues with agency hearings, but you do conclude relatively early. The proposed adjournment time is 3 p.m. for tomorrow. There's a tour of some facilities if you're interested in participating in that upon adjournment. On Wednesday and Thursday, there are a number of callbacks that you have identified prior to your departure in December. Thursday afternoon will be the commencement of other bills. And the co-chairs have agreed just this morning to hear at least the following 8 bills, which we will post shortly. And it is quite possible that some additional bills will be added to this list at noon today or so. So the bills that will be heard Thursday afternoon and Friday afternoon include local government distributions, the Chancery Court vacancy amendments, that's a delay of the Chancery Court for 1 year, Wyoming Council for Women's Issues, a transfer from the Wyoming Business Council to the Department of Workforce Services, a workers' compensation COVID-19 extension date, employment support fund amendments, and fire prevention and electrical services fees. They're continuing to consider additional bills that may be added to that list. In addition, on Friday morning, Co-Chairman Kevin Hibbard and myself will present to you the results of the January Craig meeting, which was held on January 6th, including modifications to the LSO goldenrod or fiscal profile. Finally, Friday afternoon at 2:30 p.m., we have scheduled the governor's letters. He will be, or his staff will be presenting any amendments and adjustments he has made to his budget submission on November 15th of 2021. At that time, the governor's office has also been asked to respond to specific questions relative to their ARP Act and Conserve General Fund request and walk through additional details related thereto. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to respond.
So Don, just for those listening in, particularly in the governor's office, and if Rennie's listening in, the House side informally went through the governor's recommendations on ARPA dollars over the last night. We have a bunch of questions about the particular projects that are listed, mainly wanting more information about how it's going to be implemented, where the money is going to be used, what plans are put together, how much information they have for each of the proposed items, going down that entire list that you prepared for us. And so, and if you could forward that onto the office and so I see. Okay, so you've seen the list and my guess is it's not comprehensive and we'll work on that with the Senate, just so everyone knows that there's just a lot of requests And for us to appropriate that kind of dollars, we just want more background material, timing, justifications, things like that. And so,
Mr. Co-Chair,
go ahead.
to that list of wants, we would add, I believe we were told at the presentation that there would be metrics accompanying each of those. And I don't know if they're ready to roll with those metrics or not, but it'd be nice to have those if they have them. It'd be essential to have them if they have them. Thank you.
Okay, with that, anything else before we get on with first agency? Welcome, everybody. All right, come on up. Greg, welcome to see you. Hope you had good holidays.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Brandon Gebhardt. I'm the interim state engineer,
That's right.
and I will be doing my best to present state engineer budget, agency 37 today. If you'll remember, 2 years ago, I came in front of this committee with about a month and 4 days of experience. And I'm kind of like a bad penny. I keep coming back, and this time I have about a month and 5 days of experience with this agency and this budget. So I will do my best and be brief and try to present our budget effectively.
We'll leave our hand grenades in our suitcases.
I believe, Mr. Chairman, I asked for some leniency last time just because I was a newbie, and so I do think that I was awarded that, so I would hope that this is. Mr. Chairman, I've got Kristen Baker with me. She is our Chief Financial Officer. Also, I've got Jeff Cowley, the head of our interstate streams, and Rachel Reinhardt, our HR representative in the agency. And Shannon Stanfield is in the back. She is the head of the board of PE and LSs.
Okay, great.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'll start off with the very brief state of the agency. This budget request is for approximately $27 million and authorizes 115 employees. Approximately $11 million of the request will come from general fund, and the remaining 15.7-ish will come from other funds. The largest being the Board of Control, which is out of Water Development Account 1, and that's just under 14.5 million. And then we have about 1.3 million in special revenue. We've got the Board of PE and LSs, Board of Water Well Drilling, make up a significant portion of those special revenues, and those are fee generated departments. We operate over 9 divisions, and as I mentioned, 115 authorized employees. About 50% of our employees are here in Cheyenne and 50% throughout the state. And of our budget, about 90% of the budget compromises personnel and salaries and benefits. Some of the challenges and risks that we see going forward, you've heard a lot about recruitment retention. We're victims of that as well. Also dealing with budget cuts that date back to 2016 and reduced staff, and we deal with that. And a significant cut was the support for e-permit. That is our database and how people file permits. So we're working with ETS and internally trying to figure out a different type of a platform that we can convert to with e-permit and keep that going and maybe become more efficient with that as well. Drought is a big concern of ours. The Colorado River, I'm sure everybody's hearing a lot about that. That's heavily on our radar and involves a lot of our time, as well as some of our groundwater orders. We got the Laramie County Control Area, the Horse Creek, and the Platte County Control Areas. So additional staff is required in those certain circumstances with permitting and watching those groundwater wells. And then, of course, aging infrastructure, which I know everybody's heard that. We monitor that. That affects our ability to get water to beneficial use. So, and as we go forward, if the pay adjustments were to take place, I just can give you an update that our impact for step one of those pay adjustments would be about 36,000. And then if we went to step two of those adjustments, the impact would be about $357,000. So, Mr. Chairman, that's a very brief update on the agency. I will pause here for any questions, or we can just jump right into the budget.
Questions? Please, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, on your, thank you, your e-permit system, you say it's a challenge. Does that mean you're not continuing the development and advancement of it? Are you struggling with the maintenance of the system? What is, I guess I'm not fully understanding where you are in the process that the challenge is being created. And then I'd follow it up by how can we help with that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, the budget cut for e-permit was a maintenance agreement that we had with the developer. And it was, I'm gonna say about $400,000. That was a victim of the COVID budget cuts. And so we chose not to renew that maintenance agreement. That maintenance agreement kept increasing. It's becoming old. I think it's 15 years old. And so because of that, we've been working internally. Right now, our support services has kept it going and is keeping it going. But they don't have the expertise of the programming behind everything that if something were to happen, it may take us some time to get it back up and running. So we are investigating alternatives that we can switch from that type of a platform and still perform the same functions with a more standard software package. So to answer your second question, I don't know what the answer is. I don't know that it's good business to keep spending money for something that we're trying to shift from anyhow. So we just have a window here that we've got to work through and make sure we can get things converted. Other than money, that's kind of where we're at with it.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A follow-up, and maybe for Kevin, would some of the ARP direct dollars that are allowed or infrastructure dollars that are allowed to be used for water related issues be able to be implemented in this scenario to upgrade or revitalize or rebuild or find new software for this kind of a project?
Mr. Chairman, I can look into ARP Direct. Water is pretty flexible on the ARP Direct. Then also we have the revenue assistance from ARPA that has no strings.
So just to follow up on that, what have you put together a game plan in terms of what you need to do, when you want to accomplish it, how to implement this new stepped up computer system if you're winding down on the old system? And have you done cost estimates? Have you gone out to consultants, or are you going to worked with ETS? Where are you at in the steps for this?
Mr. Chairman, to my knowledge, we had some early on conversations and trying to figure out a path forward. That started probably last year, and it involved water development, state engineer, and ETS trying to combine the data from the three agencies and figure out the best path forward. Those conversations stalled out. I don't know why, but they kind of stalled out, but it's time to reinvigorate those. But to answer your question, we don't have a budget and much of a plan at this point, but that is a high priority for us.
So just to follow up on that, that suggests to me that your current system it's still functioning. And so you're comfortable that you've got a window to move forward with this.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. That's how we're operating.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Director. I'd just be interested in to kind of get a feel of your concerns and challenges that you're facing on, as you mentioned, on the drought system. We don't get to hear a lot of that. So if you could just, if you wouldn't mind, just kind of give us a brief on your concerns on the Colorado portion of the Colorado River portion of that and the challenges that you're having in your office with that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Larson, I think ultimately this is probably going to come down to people and or consultants to help us out. There are some things that we working on internally, trying to figure out what the impacts of a curtailment, if it were to occur, would be. And then how do we address curtailment? This pertains to Colorado and specifically, but just trying to figure out consumptive use, evaporation, stream losses. There's a lot of information that we're trying to figure out as we go forward, and then what will happen if we get into curtailment. It's not guaranteed that we will, but if we get into it, how do we regulate that with boots on the ground, checking head gates, collecting the data, and making sure that we're meeting our compact obligations. So ultimately, in the end, if we were to get to that point, it would take more boots on the ground. And currently, I think there's a lot of data analysis and number crunching that we need to do to get us to start answering some of the questions that we keep getting and that we have ourselves. So I think personnel is it, the right expertise and personnel.
So as you guys work within the compact, in your opinion, is the relationships between the participating states pretty good, or are you challenged with some states and more so than others? And how do you feel are you comfortable with where Wyoming's at? And is there anything that we need to do to help you?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, I am not heavily involved in the Colorado River yet, but I would say that I feel like the other states and Wyoming are all participating very well together. We've all got the same goal. We all have the same potential risks in the future. So I do feel that the states are working well together.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Could you go back to the control areas in Platte County, groundwater, Platte County and Laramie County? Just give me kind of a brief primer on what that's all about. I know.
Mr. Chairman, I may have to phone a friend here, but Jeff, do you know, can you speak to that at all?
And could you pull your mic just a little bit closer?
Yes.
Come on,
Mr. Chairman,
Jeff,
this is
grab a
Jeff
microphone.
Cowley, Interstate Stream Division. He might be able to help answer that question.
Chairman, Senator Kinski, my name is Jeff Cowley. I'm the administrator of Interstate Streams, and we have the control areas that were established to help monitor and kind of regulate our groundwater uses, because there were people in the area that felt they were being over appropriated with too many high capacity wells. So we put these control areas into effect to institute spacing requirements for high capacity wells and things of this nature, so that we can kind of, for one, start to monitor the water use in those areas, and two, see if we are actually negatively impacting the resource. So part of it is just to gather data, but part of it then is to establish rules that we can say, okay, no more high capacity wells in this area, or we can allow a little bit more in this area with the knowledge that we gain by establishing those.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
just to follow up,
Vice
Jeff, are we
President.
seeing a continual drop in the groundwater elevations?
I would have to get back to you on that. I don't look at those groundwater well, but we can get that information and get back to you.
All right, thank you.
So is that for any particular area? Or are you talking about Platte and Laramie County, or?
Only within the groundwater control use area
Yeah.
was where they would monitor that. So if we're seeing a decline in the aquifer,
Okay, further questions? All right, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll jump into the budget now. And on page 14, of the budget book is a summary. Oh, excuse me, 14 is an exception request. I failed to mention that we do have an exception request. We'll talk more about this exception request, but this is called the Western Wyoming Water Initiative. This request is for an additional person in the Green River Basin, Colorado River Basin. And then we'll expand on that discussion more when we get to that budget item.
Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on page 15 is the overall, no, it's not. I'm going to jump, Mr. Chairman, I apologize. I'm going to jump to page 19 and we'll start in on the administration division. And in this, on page 19, I apologize. Page 19, there is an exception request for this, but this is the HR consolidation. We had an HR employee. She still is in-house with us, but that budget was shifted over to A&I.
So this is the time that I think someone from Natrona County is supposed to ask a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just related to that exception request and the HR consolidation, how has it gone for your agency? Has it been a smooth transition? You just stated that the individual is still housed within your office. Just making sure that I understood that correctly. Has there been any challenges, road bumps, hiccups? In general, how's it gone?
Mr. Chairman, in my little over a month, I have seen no hiccups. And prior to that, with communications with the previous state engineer, he was happy with the situation, and I don't believe that there has been any issues with that.
Okay. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And then other than that, Mr. Chairman, we are flat on this division. And the total recommended budget is $1,517,052. And that is all a portion of that, $49,906 is funded out of S1, which is Water Development Account 1. And then the remainder is out of general fund.
Mr. Chairman.
Please, go ahead.
Director Gephardt, if you wouldn't mind maybe going back there to page 17, 18 on that priority 2 request, that's a balance of a budget. So it appears there, and I'm just trying to make sure I understand. It sounds like 2 positions were increased during and received approval to do so, and now what we're doing is saying to make it go forward, we're coming to us, to the legislature, to approval. And so we've approved these increases in salaries, but now we're expected to carry them forward.
So,
And
Mr.
so
Chairman.
it seems to me that there's just kind of a hiccup in the process there. So maybe you can explain, clarify. It seems like normally you'd have that increase come in your budget to move forward before they were put into place. But
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, the description of those 2 increases, the first one was, and the most significant one was the hiring of my predecessor. And that was negotiated between the governor's office and then ran through HR. So he was hired at a higher rate than his predecessor. And so that's the most significant one. And then at about the same time, Kristen was hired at a slightly higher rate than her predecessor as well, who was the fiscal manager. And I believe that occurred at about the same time or as they were presenting the budget, because I believe Greg came on after the budget had been submitted in 2019. And so that was about the time that all of this was occurring. So, Mr. Representative Larson, I do agree that typically you would come to this body for that, but I don't know what the negotiation was at that point to get state engineer hired. And that was through the governor's office and HR, I believe.
So I guess, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate that, but I guess it's kind of a question then that maybe we come back to A and I and follow up with them as procedurally how they do that within the agencies and people are brought on and we've got a rate that's in there, but they feel the need or pressure to do it at a different rate. Then they come back and kind of puts us in a position where we have to. I think we need
Of course, with a new interim director, since you took a substantial pay cut, we'll have plenty of extra money. Is that? So
Thank you.
for this particular item, I take it, Kevin, that this was just a negotiated. I know this position is not always, it's always an easy, hard position to fill because of the expertise required, requirements of it. It just is. So.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. And the agency, if you think in terms of the section 310, the intent that we try to live into would be manage your budget at or below the prior biennium's amount. So this increase for the state engineers for the biennium was actually $31,000, and they covered within their budget all but the $4,700. So it's just a $4,700 piece that we're trying to pick up.
And so then the question is, if you increase the salaries for two of the upper echelon staff just in the last year, then how does the step one or step two impact those positions?
Mr. Chairman, are you discussing the market?
Correct.
So, good question. So take any position. Let's say today that they're at 80% of the market. And prior to that, whatever compensation package is delivered, they were moved to 85%. So the compensation package comes out and they say that, well, now what we're going to do is we're going to move to market at 90%. They will only get to 5%. They won't get anything more. It's always predicated on how far away that you are from the market. So any of these changes that have happened prior to that implementation will not be additive because they've already moved closer to the market. So they're only going to be able to obtain the difference between the established market level and the position as it is today.
Okay, further questions from Kevin? All right, go ahead. Thank you for the answers.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, were we okay with the administration division?
I believe so. Any more questions on administrative? Seeing none? Yeah.
Okay, Mr.
Go
Chairman,
ahead,
the next,
Brandon.
next division is 200. This is our groundwater division. And I'll refer you to page 26, which is the summary. Mr. Chairman, there are no exception requests. This budget comes in flat, authorizes 16 employees. And this is all general fund funding. And the recommendation is $2,880,135. I'll pause for any questions on that division.
Questions? All right, let's proceed.
Mr. Chairman, the next division is 300. This is the surface water division. And there are two subunits to this division, the surface water, and then we have safety of dams. So on page 31 is the summary for the surface water. And Mr. Chairman, there are no exception requests. Comes in flat, authorizes 10 employees, and the recommended budget is $1,766,236, and that is all general fund. Pause for any questions.
Questions? Seeing none, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, the next division then, or subdivision, is Unit 302. This is the safety of dams under the surface water. This authorizes one employee. Through COVID, we lost one of the employees in the safety of dam division. After that had all been calculated, we're coming in flat with a general fund budget of $232,932.
Questions? Please, go ahead.
Kind of some specific questions, haven't had the opportunity to review the Laprelle Dam and see the major cracks and the fact it's currently under an order that they can't fill that entirely through the Safety of Dams Division. How many high hazard dams do we have in the state of Wyoming? And what's the frequency that we actually have inspections of those facilities? And just for edification for the committee, I think we're looking somewhere around a 60 to $80 million reconstruction of that facility. But haven't had the opportunity to actually go out and tour that, and you see that large concrete structure with cracks all through the foundation and stuff. It's a little bit disconcerting. So I'm just trying to understand with the loss of the position and with the number of high hazard dams we have, and particularly some of the technology they have, because it was actually through a project where they were using drones to do some inspection. I believe on that they found some of those, but how backlogged are we with those high hazard dams as far as a very detailed inspection of them? I'm worried about a catastrophic collapse sometime in the near future.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, I will have to get back with the numbers on that, but it is a concern of mine that we do have a backlog. Our ability to get out and investigate multiple, and then the level at which we investigate is a concern as well. I need to figure out more what we're doing with that, but it has always been a concern of mine. with
Yeah,
the
Mr.
high
Chairman, I
hazard
think it's the thing that comes to mind after having an opportunity, it's the level of inspection. And so without the drone technology or the ability to actually use people to rappel down those dams and do a detailed inspection and stuff, it's not just as simple as driving out there and standing at the bottom of the foundation and looking at the dam and making a determination. But we know that we have over $1 billion of backlog water infrastructure, and we have a significant number of large hazardous dams in the state. And I'm really worried about the backlog of inspections after having an opportunity to look at the Laprelle Dam, you know, and its juxtaposition to I-25 and what does a catastrophic dam failure look like? But I just think that right now we're behind the 8 ball, like a lot of infrastructure within the United States. And I think it's a high level of concern for a lot of the members on the Select Water Committee is after reviewing that facility. So if you could find that information, I think it would be helpful. You know, how long, what level of detailed inspection do we need? You know, and then do we have an estimated budget on it, and what's the plan would be to get up to speed on our inspection on those facilities? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, and probably a little more follow-up since, you know, Select Water is in a unique position, but it would seem to me that that's something that the feds are probably involved in to some degree. But there's regular dam inspections, so there ought to be reports out there on viability and what type of a major event would cause a catastrophic. Seeing cracks in concrete doesn't tell you anything. Normally, you've got to go in and do an invasive investigation on the true soundness of the concrete. And if that's needed, when it was last done, what's needed to have a full understanding of the risks involved. I mean, that's what we need to know.
Yeah, and I think, you know, on the federal operated facilities through the Bureau of Reclamation, I think they do some of that. But, you know, what we're really detailed in is all these private and subdivision of state government owned entities. I mean, if we look right here within the Cheyenne Municipal Water Project, the city of Cheyenne owns several dams and reservoirs just upstream of the city. And, you know, where are we at with ours? Because those are all high hazard facilities. I mean, if you just look at the city of Cheyenne from Lake Owen to Rob Roy to Crow Creek, I mean, that whole municipal infrastructure relies upon those dams to be able to store and carry over water. And I'd just like to have a good idea that we're not facing other facilities that are private or state or subdivision of state government owned. And what do we need to do those dam inspections to make sure that we don't end up in a situation where we've got failing infrastructure out there? It's much easier to fix it than it is once it fails. And I think we've learned that from the Goshen Tunnel and some other examples around the state, that maybe a little more due diligence on the upfront would be beneficial. But if you could get those numbers, Mr. Chairman, it'd be very helpful.
Yeah, when I presume, for example, with the city of Cheyenne, that they conduct those themselves, or they've got some type of review on them. So there ought to be, the data should be out there. Is that fair? I mean, how could it not be there? I guess is my
Mr.
question.
Chairman, I do believe that some of these individual dam owners do their own inspections periodically. I don't know the frequency, but that is information that will provide the body.
Okay, that'd be great. Further questions? All right, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, the next division is the Board of Control on page 40 is the summary sheet for that.
Kevin, I have a question on the Board of Control. You know, the good Vice President of the Senate and I had different issues on how this should be funded. But my question is, with the direct ARPA dollars, would say one-time funding or one biennium funding qualify on the Board of Control, given the fact that what they do and in terms of managing and controlling our water resources? If you could just look in, or if you know the answer.
Mr. Chairman, I'll look into that as well as Representative Walters' request.
Yeah. All right. Okay, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No exception requests. Coming in flat. The total recommended budget is $14,258,827. And this is funded out of S1 Water Development Account 1.
Okay, so go ahead. I don't see anybody's running to the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next division on page 50. This is the Board of Professional Engineers and Professional Land Surveyors. Oh, I skipped one. I apologize. Let's back up to Division 500. I'm sorry, page 45. This is our Support Services Division. This is our kind of our IT. These are the people who are managing e-permit, Aquarius, which is our stream gauging, data housing, and then just keeping us afloat internally. And this is 6 authorized positions. No exception requests, but the recommended budget is $1,493,867 out of general fund.
Okay, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, we'll go back to Division 600, which is the Board of Professional Engineering and Professional Land Surveyors. This is a special revenue funded agency. All of their funding comes from the revenues from license fees and renewals. No exception requests. The recommended budget is $982,837.
Mr. Chairman,
Please, go ahead.
if I may, do we have know when the last time that the licensure fees for these land surveyors and stuff was last raised or looked at?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, the last, to my understanding, the last revision to fees was a decrease in fees, because if you go to page 48, it has been self-sustaining with the current fee structure. And on page 48, we'll show you the balance in that. I believe the balance has increased a little bit because of COVID and lack of travel and stuff, but with our current fees, they have been self-sustaining.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman.
Just to follow up. I know that the state leases the building and their house with water development, the Board of Professional Land Surveyors and Engineers. Do they share the cost of the rent for that building in that office space, or is that fully funded out of water development for that rental?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, they do pay rent for their portion of the space.
Prorated share of the.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Do you want to increase it? So you want to increase your proration?
Mr. Chairman, the next division is Division 700. And I will direct you to page 54 because this is our first exception request. As I briefly mentioned earlier, this is the Western Wyoming Water Initiative. The exception request is for salary and benefits, travel, a vehicle, and then office. And this would establish a presence in the Green River Basin. This was brought up by my predecessor, and I'm only familiar with what his idea was. My idea of this position is to be a little bit more flexible on what the requirements are. And I think that working with the Board of Control in that division, the superintendent, and then our interstate streams folks to find out what is needed. Some of the things that we have discussed previously is modeling expertise, consumptive use or depletions accounting, stream gauging, and return flow calculations. Those are all things that we've got to figure out in the Colorado River. And so as we develop this position, if it's accepted, I think that we would be flexible and try to find the right expertise to help the Board of Control, the superintendent, and then as well as interstate streams to help us maintain our compact compliance in Colorado.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Representative.
Director, yeah, could you flesh that out just a little bit more? Because from the description, it sounded like this person would be part of the Colorado River Working Group that's doing sort of educational things and like raising awareness of the issues in the Colorado River and Green River Basin area. And so my question is how you get to the number of $366,000 in a biennium for that. So can you explain sort of the value added here and of what this, and maybe paint a picture of what this person will actually be doing? When I was on city council in Rock Springs a long time ago, we hired a person to effectively kind of monitor what's going on, right? And the budget for that was, maybe $25,000 a year, right? And so this is going to cost $180,000 a year. And so I'm trying to figure out, I'm a big supporter of paying attention to what's going on in the Colorado River Basin. It makes a lot in the Green River Basin. That makes a lot of sense to me. But can you paint a picture of why you need to pay this person $98,000, give them benefits, give them a vehicle? Why do you need that as opposed to paying someone to do it for less? Thank you.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman and Representative Stith. I think that this concept evolved from the time that the narrative was written to putting in a dollar amount for a budget. And I think it evolved from more of a informational type of a presence to somebody that would have technical expertise to be involved in the modeling and the calculations, as well as doing some of that outreach and education. So I think that you're correct. If you just read the narrative and see a employee of $180,000, yeah, that'd be the greatest question. But what I would envision is more of a technical type of a person, whether it's an engineer or a hydrogeologist or a geologist or whatever it is. But it would be somebody more technical than I think the narrative in the budget is written at. That's how I would see it, and that's how I would proceed forward. That help?
So the issue is, are we just hiring someone because we want someone there? Or are there a specific need that you outlined for professional expertise And should that person be in Green River or wherever it's at in order to perform that function versus here or, so I guess help us flush out why you think this is really necessary, what true benefit it's going to bring to our overall issue in terms of the compact, and how we'll facilitate that.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'll do my best. We know that we need help in the basin. We've got a lot of things to figure out and to keep, once we figure that out, we have to continue to monitor and track our water use in the basin so that we know if a curtailment happens, we can help predict that. And then what happens if curtailment does happen. So we know that there's a need for more bodies than we're capable of right now. My idea, again, is a technical person to help with Jeff's staff. And I think that what we would look for is expertise that we don't have in-house. Something to augment both Jeff's staff as well as the superintendent's staff and find an employee that has the expertise that we don't currently have to help us with, modeling is, it's kind of a niche. Consumptive use is kind of a niche. So to help us fill that niche role, I think would be the benefit that I see for somebody like that.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
having been involved with this issue for a number of years now and in discussions with the previous state engineer and the chief executive, I think back to answer Representative Stiff's question. This is a position that's going to be a jack of all trades and a master, probably not, because of the diversity of interest. But I think specific to your question, Mr. Chairman, we know that at some point in time in the near future, there will be either a regulatory program on the Upper Colorado. So Congress a few years ago passed the drought contingency plan that set up an opportunity for the upper basin states to defer their consumptive use, and our facility of storage would be, so that's a voluntary curtailment. The trouble is when you reduce your consumptive use under a program, or you do what they would call a demand management program, which is a reduction, or a curtailment, which is you're just regulated off of the system. Both of those have to do with priority water rights. And so the implications to that to the state of Wyoming is those junior water right holders in the Colorado River Basin, at some point in time, either voluntarily are going to have to go pay somebody voluntary compensated water transfer under a demand management program, or they're just regulated off the system. And so the implications of that is this: Cheyenne gets 40% of their water supply out of the Green River Basin. So they have a junior water right, 69, 82, 79. They're going to be regulated off. So the implications is the city of Cheyenne could actually lose 40% of their water supply. The next biggest users within the Colorado are going to be other municipalities, the Green River Rock Springs Joint Powers Board, and then the Trona industry, and to a lesser extent, if we still have thermal coal generation, those are the people that are going to be impacted. So the municipalities and the heavy industry in the Green River Basin are likely to be either regulated off, or we're going to have to stand up a program to figure out who and how much water they have to go acquire from somebody with an agricultural water right, because those are typically the earliest water rights within the basin. Right now, all of the upper basin states are moving in directions and have programs stood up, and I would tell you that are much further along than we are within the state of Wyoming. And so there is a need to come to a realization both on the technical aspects of how would we do it, what does it look like, how's it going to cost, how are we going to monitor it and comply with all the other components in the Upper Colorado River Compact. So when I view this position, I really think you're going to come somebody that has to have the technical ability and the ability to work with large groups and diverse audiences. And what we're trying to do now is figure out how would we even do this? How would Wyoming operate under a curtailment. And if we don't want to do a curtailment under a regulatory call, what kind of demand management programs would we set up? And then who's responsible for the administration and the monitoring? So when you look at the complexity of this position, I come back and say it's going to be a jack of all trades and probably an astronaut. I've had this discussion with the chief executive and the previous state engineer. The success and failure will result on the ability of attracting somebody of a high caliber with a strong technical background to be able to implement these type of programs and then guide this group and look at the overall interest. So I think it's a step in the right direction. You know, the implications, and we'll have further discussions on the Colorado when we get into some of the water bills, some of the other things that are going on, but I don't know if it'll solve the problem, but I think it's a step in the right direction. You know, the implications are pretty big to the state of Wyoming if we don't get it figured out in the next couple of years. So I hope that helps, Mr. Chairman.
So that kind of sounded like a job application to me. Can we hire you? So, and I mean, Senator Hicks hit exactly on what my concern is. If we hire someone, yet we don't know what that function of that person is going to be, then we're going to have someone in hand and he's going to tailor the job to whatever he's capable of doing. So, but it's kind of a rock in the hard place, or a chicken and the egg concept on who you're going to get and what they can do. So yeah, just keep us up to date on it. I'd also like ideas on the funding of this position. This sounds to me like this could easily be an ARPA, at least temporary solution for funding for this position. So I went on both aspects of that. And of course, it also could come out of water one or water two. I'm sure Larry would appreciate that. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I may
Go
just
ahead.
add too, that one thing I envision this is Senator Hicks talks about demand management, but there's also an intermediate step that predicting when something could happen, when a call could be made. And then and secondarily is what solutions do we have outside of such, say, demand management and help these entities. And that's why I think it's important to be over there, is help the industry, the municipalities, those junior water rights, lay out a plan that if this happens, here's what you can do and here's a path forward. So I do think that this position would help with that as well.
Great, I appreciate it. Okay, further questions? Comments from the southwest corner of the state? All right, go ahead, Brandon.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so with that exception request on page 56 is the budget request for the Interstate Streams Division. So with that exception request on the following page, the budget request is for $1,615,098, and that would be for 4 authorized people with the exception.
And that's for effective immediately, I presume? All right. I would think that you'd want this effective immediately. So you can start looking, basically. All right, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, the next division is a subdivision on page 60. This is the Interstate Streams Division Endangered Fish Recovery Program. This is our participation in the Colorado River Endangered Fish Program. And this is funding for that program from Water Development in the amount of $102,953.
Questions? Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, the next item summary on page 63. This is a budget account setup. It's mainly a pass-through account. It's an agreement that we have to help fund a particular gauge on the Laramie River. It helps us with compliance, and it also helps the industry that reimburses us this payment for with their management of their water. And so we've got agreements with the industry, and it's just a budget amount of $1,820, and that is special revenue pass-through funding.
Okay, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, the next division is Division 1400 on page 67. This is the North Platte settlement budget. This was mostly specified in the Nebraska v. Wyoming decree. And we are no exception requests. We've got a recommended budget of $1,380,530 and 7 authorized employees.
Comments, questions? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, the final division is the Well Drillers Licensing Board on page 72. This is much like the Board of Professional Engineers. This is a special revenue. This is 1 employee with no exception requests and a requested budget of $251,160.
Questions for Brandon? All right. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, that is our budget, and I would stand for any other questions the body may have.
Any further questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I'd be
Please.
amiss, Mr. Chairman, if I didn't, on behalf of the citizens of Wyoming, thank Director Gephardt for his willingness to step up and respond to the governor's request to leave his agency and slide across and be the interim state engineer. I can only imagine that comes with a lot of personal sacrifice and a lot of stress and responsibility. And I sure appreciate his willingness to fill that void while we find a new state engineer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, appreciate it. Keep
Thank
up
you.
the good work. If you need anything, let us know.
I'm sorry.
If you need anything, let us know.
I appreciate that.
Doesn't
very
mean
much.
we'll help. but-
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Looks like we're pretty close to on time. Next up is tourism. While you're coming up, I'm going to grab some tea.
My mother didn't have me.
All you have to do is tell me, because I've got a,
Well, I didn't know till this morning. but I
oh,
got-
yeah. Why didn't you ask Q to give you the tie? Q to get you one. I have a bolo tie in my car.
Oh, yeah. She said, okay, you got your pants? And she said, "Da, da, da." And I said, I remember. I says, and I even have my ties. Well, I didn't.
I think we should all take our ties off.
I agree.
Yeah. So Bud, we have a couple empty chairs up here. You can come up and join us if you. Always waiting for this side over there.
Police officers have done it. My Jeep has a smiley, Tom's Jeep has a smiley face on it.
Okay, we're back and we've got Director Schober here. Happy holidays to you. Hope you guys had a great holiday. Please proceed with your budget. So I've got two different screens. I've got you here and I've got handouts here. So if I'm not always doing eye contact, it's because I got too much going on up here.
No problem.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to all of you. Happy New Year, everyone. I'm Diane Schober. I'm the Executive Director of the Wyoming Office of Tourism. And here with me today, first of all, I would like to introduce a few members of our Wyoming Tourism Board sitting behind me. Mr. CJ Box, well-renowned author and chairman of the board. He represents the industry in an at-large position. Mr. Mike Keller with Xanterra Parks and Resorts, operating lodges and services in Yellowstone National Park. Mr. Keller also serves in an at-large position. Mr. Bud Betts of Sorka Ranch Du Bois, and he also represents an at-large position. Mr. Larry Lloyd, the recently retired general manager of the Sweetwater Events Complex in Rock Springs. He serves as a representative from District 4. Mr. John Johnson, owner, president, and CEO of the Johnson Restaurant Group, headquartered in Casper. He represents District 2. And although she's not here with us in the room listening in, is Ms. Anna Olson, the CEO of the Jackson Hole Chamber, and she represents District 6. Also, members of our team who will assist in today's presentation to you that are here with me, Michelle Howard, our Senior Director of Brand Strategy, and James Schoon, our Director of Global Partnerships. Also, Anita Benton, our Director of Business Operations, and Dion Roccaforte, our Accounting Manager, are here in case we need them. They're always like the experts on the budget, and we may have to defer to them. Our intent is to be brief, but I know that there's a balance between brevity and detail. And so as we go through this, we're going to rely on all of you too with your questions as you need additional information and how we can help provide greater context for some of this. We're trying to avoid the fact of just reading through this narrative that we have in this budget book and providing maybe some additional context as we go through it. So I'll get started. I'm not going to go through in depth the state of the agency, but some things that I just want to call out for your attention today. For the past 70 years, this agency has been responsible for the state's comprehensive tourism strategy, deploying campaigns that inspire visitors from around the world to visit the majesty of Wyoming and the truly authentic experiences that can be found in our communities all across the state. We're particularly proud of the steady growth of this industry and particularly proud of the role that the tourism economy has played in Wyoming's recovery from the COVID pandemic. This is a $4 billion industry and remains the largest private sector employer. Sales and use tax collections from the leisure and hospitality sector during the last 2 years have continued to be one of the bright spots for contributors of revenues to the general fund. The advertising campaigns have continued to drive incremental travel. Early on, we deployed an in-state campaign encouraging residents to support tourism and hospitality businesses in their local communities. We also added a why responsibly messaging in our regional and national efforts. We partnered with the Wyoming Business Council and the Wyoming Department of Workforce Services with a campaign on how to best optimize the interests of those Americans who were seeking relocation as they dealt with the pandemic. We've worked closely with state parks and cultural resources, game and fish, the Department of Transportation on appropriate messaging and how to best manage resources as it related to visitation. In addition, we offered numerous education and training webinars to local businesses and destinations on how to leverage CARES funds to address their business needs. Our office managed $10 million in CARES funds to support local lodging tax boards. Wyoming has 27 local lodging tax boards. 26 of those local lodging tax boards took advantage of this funding to address their local response marketing efforts. In addition, we distributed millions of face masks and hand sanitizers to local visitor information centers across the state. We're grateful to Governor Gordon's office and most importantly to you too, the legislature, for making those funds available in a time when it was needed most. And also we're grateful to the Attorney General and the State Auditor's Office who helped us with compliance on the best use of those funds as it would meet with the guidelines set forth by the Department of Treasury. But throughout those 2 years, and as always, I'm really the most proud of our team. We have a small team. There's only 23 of us right now. They're highly adaptive. They have a great passion for the work that they do. I wish that each of you could meet with them and get to know them because they really are very, very dedicated to the work that we're doing. They're truly the backbone of our agency, and I'm grateful for each and every one of them. As we moved through the pandemic and we started thinking about where we would go with a budget for the Wyoming Office of Tourism, we had a retreat in April with the Wyoming Tourism Board These tourism board members that you met and the others who aren't able to be here with us today are industry representatives. They represent, as you heard, a dude ranch, an outfitting business. They represent hotels and restaurants. There's a broad spectrum of intelligence and expertise on this board. So we met with the tourism board and this leadership team that you have that are sitting here. We knew that with a new funding source, it would allow us to think more broadly and be able to explore ways in which the Office of Tourism programs and initiatives could impact the state's economy well beyond our well-established marketing efforts. Together, we did a deep dive on how to address challenges and barriers to development, how to bolster what we do best. We acknowledge that the growing impacts of travel on Wyoming's economy involve more than just the Office of Tourism. And now that we could be in a position to address obstacles outside of our direct authority. And from that retreat, we came away with really 5 primary areas. 1, marketing the state as a vacation destination remains the core of what we do. But competition from surrounding states remains a challenge, and we must differentiate Wyoming from other mountain states. 2, and equally as important as our marketing, is building capacity in small communities who need and can benefit from tourism. If we are going to disperse visitors across the state to lesser known locales, we need to be assured that there are services and experiences available, giving that visitor a reason to stay. 3rd, we needed to address barriers that are outside of the purview of the Office of Tourism, such as workforce development and product development that definitely impact the visitor economy. 4, technology is our friend, both for management and communication, both domestically and abroad. And we need to leverage the latest in technology as we move forward. And then, of course, the 5th one is we are nothing without our human capital. And we must pay close attention to the talent that works with the Wyoming Office of Tourism. We spent a great deal of time developing the budget request that you have before you. It was done collaboratively and deliberately. You put forth your support of this industry when you passed the statewide lodging tax in 2020, right before COVID hit us. But we're excited today about sharing a budget that builds on our strengths, it leverages opportunities, and addresses our gaps. Just quickly before we move into the budget, I want to briefly touch on the report that's included in the budget book on pages 14 through 17. It's the final report affiliated with the Salt to Stone regional marketing effort. It's required that we provide this to the Joint Appropriations Committee. The results of this $200,000 investment had a far and wide reach. And despite the dips due to COVID in 2020 and slightly some in 21, overall results are stable with some positive increases. I think the most important thing when this was started was to look at it as a pilot project and how well would it work across the state for other routes. And we've expanded this program. We did this 3 years ago to cover all of the marketing routes that we have, the Black to Yellow, the Park to Park, and the Rockies to Tetons. We're driving awareness to the entire state. We have a lot of local participation from partners and stakeholders that are buying in to these cooperative programs, and we'll be continuing this into the future going forward. With that, Mr. Chairman, we're ready to move into our budget.
So just to
If
follow
ready
up
to do
on
so.
that, do you have a similar concept then for other regions of the state?
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, we do. We, in 2020, we dedicated a little over $1 million directly for marketing of all 4 routes. And so we were covering, the Salt to Stone in that. And we are developing content around those routes. We have dedicated marketing in certain markets. We continued it in 21. We actually grew partner an investment with us. And so it's been successful. It works well. And it's a way that you can aggregate information, and certainly not everyone follows the routes exactly. But it's been something that we found very beneficial. And so this has been expanded to cover all of those, that there's equal marketing investment amongst those routes now.
Thank you. And Director, I recall that that was kind of an innovative, the Salt to Stone was kind of an innovation that was proposed by the President of the Senate when he was sitting on this committee and done that. And then I think that the next step was to include Sweetwater County, which I see down here in your increase. And then we was going to, and so you're talking about the 4 routes, but the real intent here is back when this was proposed, we looked at the Office of Tourism and we could see a lot of local things that was not being addressed by the Office of Tourism. And we're saying, you know, what about the Climbers Festival? What about these other things? What about, and so this was a means of getting more local information out to the public as a whole. And so am I understanding you correctly? So as you look at the other various counties that in this effort that you will see more of these unique and wonderful attributes of Wyoming that are presented to the public of a whole and not just Devil's Tower, Tetons, Cheyenne Frontier Days, like we kind of complained about previously.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, so when we started this through, yes, President Dockstader and Representative Summers too was very interested in it. And it really was about how could we leverage the traffic and the visitors that are coming out of Salt Lake and the Wasatch Front and headed up into recreate into parts of Wyoming in the northwest corner. And they saw a lot of volume of traffic going to and from. And would there be a way that the state could aggregate those assets and drive awareness there? And so we had these marketing routes already in place and we're doing programs around it. But we used the specific money just on that route with specific marketing in the first biennium that we did this, just in the Wasatch Front. And that showed some really good positive results. And then in this biennium, obviously when we started it, we weren't planning for COVID, but we moved through it. And because we had the results that we knew were already established, we moved it into the road trip efforts because there was such a long, an increase in road trip travel to the state over the last 2 years. And so it was, I think it was a combination of many things. There were things that were happening and we found a way we could highlight things along routes and give people a reason, as we always want to do, to stop and slow down as you're traveling to and from some of these iconic destinations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So follow up, Mr. Chairman. But I think that the concept when we've done the salt to stone was then we'd come back and do other regionalized, right?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, we've had the regions already done. We've had these marketing routes probably for the last 8 years. And to your point, yes, we wanted to use it as a pilot project. Could we actually, if we put marketing dollars on a specific route, would that drive some of those results?
I see. Thank you.
Yes, and we did. So the answer is, yeah, we did.
Okay, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, just to follow up, so give me a couple of examples of what those other routes are.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Hicks, the black to yellow, and obviously, I'm just going to go back, if I may, and give a quick history to how we started. It's probably been, 15 years ago, we were doing these packages and bundling, and all of the click-throughs through the site, partners would put up packages. Everything that had either a Yellowstone connection, even in the title of it, or Grand Teton National Park, had more click-throughs. Obviously, people are more aware of that from a national perspective. And so we were at an industry meeting in Rock Springs at the Holiday Inn, and just talking with folks from all around the state. And we said, how could we develop a program where we could hitch our wagon to that and draw more attention based on leveraging these national icons to these routes? And so black to yellow, obviously, Black Hills to Yellowstone National Park, park to park, Rocky Mountain National Park to Yellowstone or Grand Teton National Park, and then Rockies to Tetons. And so we set up routes that would cover specific counties within those. And so those are the routes that we have. So in the Salt to Stone, it's Sweetwater, Uinta, Lincoln, and Sublette is in that one, and Teton. And then black to yellow is basically the I-90 corridor across the northern part of the state. The park to park covers Laramie, Goshen, Platte, Niobrara, goes over Converse that way. And then the Rockies to Tetons encompasses like Albany and Carbon, and then heads up. And so they're just aggregated, and the partners within those routes, they'll buy in because they can buy in at a discount, and they can benefit from the advertising that's headed up and geared through the Wyoming Office of Tourism.
Don't, Mr. Chairman, just a quick follow-up on that. So based on your previous testimony, I thought I heard you said that it was current president, Dockstader, Majority Floor Leader Summers that kind of initiated through your, so if all this was already in place, why weren't you doing it? And why did it take a legislative directive to do the salt to stone? And it's still, I'm just curious as to why, based on what you've said, some clarity there is if all this already existed, and why weren't we doing it?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Hicks, we were doing it. They just felt with additional dollars focused solely on that area, they wanted to see what kind of results could be generated, and we were proactive participants in that. And so that's where, we invested the money and have continued to invest money in developing programs. Programs are always evolving. We look at what we do every year and see what's successful. And if it works, we continue it, we bolster it. And if it doesn't work the way we want it to, we go back and evaluate it and maybe redirect the funds in another way. But the whole purpose of all of these marketing endeavors is to drive results.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm just curious now, so that if myself and Representative Larson wanted to do a more emphasis on the parks to park from Rocky Mountain to Yellowstone through, Albany, Carbon, and up through Fremont County to Teton, then that would help provide you guys some directions on where to put some additional expenditures and advertising. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Hicks, what I hope we could do is sit down and talk about what is happening right now so you could know what's happening in those areas, because there's success in each and every one of these routes. And you have tourism stakeholders in your areas that are participating in these co-ops with us. And they're participating because they're successful and they're driving results. And so that's why they're continuing to invest their marketing dollars. I'd be happy to follow up with you if you want some more information on it. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So I've got a question, and maybe this will be answered when you get into the narrative on your exception requests. So going back to my initial involvement with our local travel and tourism, people would complain that your office is, when you look at the webpage, it's the Tetons, it's Yellowstone, it's Tetons and Yellowstone. And I'd tell people, well, those are the big, as you use, the iconic attractions. And so our challenge locally is to try and get people to stop in Sheridan or Buffalo and spend maybe an extra night or two. So I get that. But it seems to me with a crowbar, you couldn't fit one more tourist into Jackson Hole or Yellowstone at this point. Is it time to pivot and start, instead of using those two consistently as the magnets, trying to build some regional focus that don't necessarily involve capturing people on their way to Teton or Yellowstone, if that makes sense?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Kinski, it does, Mr. Co-Chairman. It certainly does. And, as we've discussed over the years, when you're outside of Wyoming, you're trying to draw attention to Wyoming, you have to say, what is the differentiator that draws attention to Wyoming? We struggle always with people thinking that Yellowstone is in Montana. And if someone thinks Montana, then they're going to go to the Montana page to start to plan a trip. Those are potentially lost visitors for us. So there's value in having these differentiators that you can use to draw attention on a national scale. But certainly on a regional scale, there's the opportunity to do more regional efforts around activities, events, different experiences. And we don't market necessarily to say, come to Yellowstone. We might use that as a hook that as people come in. Throughout our website and the deep pages of content are information about communities and experiences that you can do in so many places around Wyoming that are outside of Yellowstone. And I don't know how many of you were able to even see a segment that was broadcast on Good Morning America this summer in August. They were doing a whole series around, they were looking at every state. And they said, the reason why we're not showing you Grand Teton National Park and Yellowstone National Park is because we are not looking to drive visitors there. We're looking to, the state is very emphatic about showing you a variety of other places. And within that segment, there was a feature on mountain meadow wool outside of Buffalo and one of the wild horse sanctuaries outside of Lander. And so that really is the effort. You're using people to talk about maybe these national parks, but then you're using them as what else is around there. If you were going to visit this place, where else would you go and why would you want to stay in those places?
Go ahead.
One other question, Diane. I know you testified before the governor's wildlife task force, and some of the testimony and stuff that we've received is the experiences in Colorado and the Division of Wildlife down there, that they've actually funneled so much outdoor recreation into these areas that there have significant negative impact on big game species. And particularly in Colorado, they highlighted bighorn sheep, mountain goats, conflicts with mountain bikers and stuff like that. What's the natures of your discussions with the department as far as identifying those areas where we do not want to direct additional outdoor recreation? And where are we at with that discussion?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Hicks, we're in, conversations all of the time with Director Nesbitt and Director Westby and other agencies, Director Reiner at the Department of Transportation. Even when I talked about when we were working closely with them during the last 2 years about how are we going to direct messaging to move people, and we're looking at opportunities with geolocation data. I mentioned that when we were visiting at the Wildlife Task Force meeting. But our role will be to follow their leads on where they see impacts and what is the ability of the Office of Tourism to be able to move visitors to other areas. And we'll just continue to work closely. We're relying on them as the resource managers for where the wildlife would be and some of the impacts. And our ability to reach a broader audience will be where we feel like we can best help them. And we worked with that, and even like with the aquatic invasive species, and even in fire management over the years, we work closely with these other agencies and try to be able to be that source of communication through our network.
Thank you.
Okay, further questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Stitt.
Director Schober, thank you so much. Thank you for the work that you do. And I have one big picture question and a real tiny detail question. And the big picture is that, I guess just to confirm here, this biennium, your agency will not use any general funds at all, that you're essentially self-funding at this point. I think what's interesting about tourism is that the people who work in tourism generate positive tax revenue for the state. That is, the only people who are pulling their weight from a tax point of view in this state are oil field workers, miners, and hotel maids, right? I mean, they're actually generating tax revenue beyond what they're consuming, whereas the rest of us lawyers, for example, are kind of leeching off the system. Okay, so my question is, if our fossil fuels or extractive industries become a smaller proportion of our gross domestic product for the state, what do you see as the future for tourism generally? I mean, what's the kind of upper limit on how large it can be for Wyoming realistically? That's the big picture question. And then the really tiny question I'll just add in on page 31 of your handout, there on the report for Teton County, Sweetwater County is sort of similar too, but it's got this odd statistic about how visitors, how their credit card spending works in your county. And in Teton County, it's got $254,000 that they're spending on food, but only $63,000 on lodging, which really surprises me because if you stayed for a night in Teton Village, you spend $300 a night. You'd have to consume $1,200 worth of food that same day to make the numbers work out. So just curious about that particular graph. Not particularly important. I just thought it was odd. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, Mr. Chairman and Representative Stitt, I can answer the big picture one, and then I've got to come back and ask you about the second part, the more detailed component. The big picture is, the limit on what can happen really is how well our communities are willing to develop and grow and create the necessary infrastructure and build capacity. In many places, we're limited by, there are not a lot of overnight stays or experiences that are aggregated. You've heard me say this before, that the visitor who comes to Wyoming, the average visitor wants to do a lot of things. They might want to go for a horseback ride. They may want to go hiking. They may want to mountain bike. They may want to attend a rodeo. There's just this variety of things, but they don't come self-contained. They don't travel to Wyoming with their own horse, trailer, horse, saddle, hay. They don't have their own drift boat. They might not have their own waders and their fly rod and everything else. And so many times what they're looking for are service providers to be able to help them experience these things that are so unique to, well, not necessarily unique, but a lot of unique things here in Wyoming. And so that's one of the gaps. When we talk about gap areas is even in this service provider world and in places where destinations are mature, in a place like in the Northwest corner, there's a more mature tourism opportunity in those destinations. There's a great opportunity in many places in Wyoming. But that's one of the things that we are working on closely with the Outdoor Recreation Office and the Business Council, and even at the University of Wyoming, about how can we start to build up capacity in some of these gaps in the tourism economy. I think the other thing is how willing we as residents really want to grow a visitor economy. And so there has to be that merit, and to understand, what are the benefits of a visitor economy? There certainly visitors come, but then they also return home. And then Wyoming and our residents and our communities are the benefactors of that. But, there are other things that happen. I mean, people feel they have varying levels of comfort with that. So within the growth of this industry, it's a collective effort. It isn't just the responsibility of the Wyoming Office of Tourism. We see ourselves as a responsibility to be a leader in this arena, but also to work closely with partners across the state to make sure that we're doing it methodically and that there is the potential that can deliver results for it. The second part of your question, when you asked about Teton County, I'm looking at page 31 of my budget, and I didn't see, or was it in the handout that you actually asked about?
In the handout.
Okay.
And it's not paginated, but it's just on the
Okay,
digital
okay.
version. It's just the 31st page.
No. Mr. Chairman, if I may, James is
Chairman,
actually
which
going
handout are we
to go
talking
through
about?
those with you when.
So can we clarify what document we're looking at? So we can
Mr. Chairman, there was an email, I think Karen sent it out yesterday, and it's got just by agency, and it's for the tourism board, it has like county by county quarterly reports of tourism, how tourism dollars get spent. And so it was Teton struck me because, I would think accommodations would just cost a lot more as a percentage than food, but I guess restaurants are expensive there too.
So we can't quite hear you, Clark.
Do you want me to address?
Yes, please.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, as part of the handouts to the Joint Appropriations Committee, we included a quarterly report for the counties that each of you represent. And the purpose of this is to pull information and data on each one of your areas. We have them for all 23 counties, but to lay a baseline down so that you can understand the level of tourism activity that's currently taking place where you reside. This represents Q4, so the last 3 months of the calendar year 21. This is a baseline for us to start. We are just now having access to some of this data and being able to pull it in a way that gives us intelligence. And, for the local partners, this will be distributed out to all of our local partners, but it gives them also an assessment and a way to look at if we're here now, is the goal to go up? Are we moving in the direction that we want to? Is the goal to stabilize? And so this is data that provides a baseline of information for us. And we certainly wanted each of you to be able to see what was happening in your own area as a baseline of activity. And just specifically on food purchases versus overnight accommodations, even as you would look into the detailed reports of the Department of Revenue, the food sector is substantially larger than the accommodation sector.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay, go ahead.
a question for Don and Elizabeth. Would this be agency handout 174 in the agency handouts folder?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. Handout 174, and I believe she's referring to page 25.
Thank you.
Okay, further questions on that issue? All right, please proceed.
Okay. Excuse me. So our standard budget summary can be found on pages 19 and 20. I know that you're all seasoned legislators and understand what we do, and we talked about it in some of the discussion that we had around some of the marketing routes, but suffice to say, we use data and intel to drive our strategic plan. We deploy inspiring campaigns that create awareness and drive incremental visitation. And we're also committed to focusing efforts to address gap areas and drive shoulder season business with the support and participation of our industry. And from an economic standpoint, we've talked about it, but this is big business for Wyoming from the tourism economy. We would ask for your approval of the standard budget of $22,433,704 as per the governor's recommendation. As we move into pages 21 and 22, this area is new for us. And thanks to Director Hibbard and his team at the budget office for guiding us through this on what is necessary to include in a special revenue section of a budget. Certainly the timing and the passage of the 5% statewide lodging tax during the 2020 budget has created great opportunity and helped to further avert economic impacts to the state's general fund. Of that 5% that is collected on the statewide lodging tax, 2% is returned back to the county in which it was collected to be used for local tourism efforts. 3% is divided into two accounts. 80% of the 3% goes into the Wyoming tourism account and 20% goes into the Wyoming tourism reserve and project account. So that's the 3%. 2% of that 5% statewide lodging tax goes back to the county. 3% is divided into these two accounts. Collections started on January 1st of 2021, and the tables on 21 and 22 give you the projections of those accounts. In the handouts that we submitted, and I'm not sure, Don, what page the update on the statewide lodging tax for section 3 is in that handout, but I wanted to draw your attention, just the only change, and it's on page 21. There's a line right in the middle of the page that says the current balance is 12.3 million, but we provided in the handouts that were given to you the updated balance as of December 31st. That amount in the Wyoming tourism account is $21,935,519. And in the project and reserve account, which you would see the balance on that on page 22 of our budget, as we reported when the budget was developed, this was as of August. It was 3 million at that time. And as of December 31st in the project reserve and project account, $5,483,880. That represents 11 months of collections. So the tax was enacted in January, then collections were reported out in February. And so we will have the December collections reported out when we pull the Department of Revenue February report. So it'll reflect back into what the December collections were.
Mr.
Chairman.
Just one second. So Diana, and thank you for that. And I didn't see it in the handouts, but is there a breakdown by county of how much that is per county?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have that here, but we can get that for you from the Department of Revenue.
Would you please? It'd be very interesting to see how
Yeah.
much each county is receiving. And in addition to that, then what we will also want to know is some mechanism to know how those counties are expending it. And if there are any restrictions or guidelines on their 2%, essentially.
Mr. Chairman,
20%.
one thing I will tell you in response to that, when I've looked at the aggregate distribution reports from the Wyoming Department of Revenue, there were only, I think, 5 counties that didn't already have a statewide lodging tax. They had municipal taxes. Lincoln, Uinta, Sublette, Bighorn, Niobrara. I feel like there was one other, James. 5. But within those counties, the 2%, it is a breakdown. You can look at that. I can share that with you on where the finals were, but those counties, I know that the Lodging and Restaurant Association and some other folks have been called in to meet with some of those officials about establishing that joint powers board and what is the guidance for that for those counties. And so there is an amount that's collected, but we don't have jurisdiction over that, and that would go back to the counties. I can get you the financial information.
Well, and so the request would go both to Don and to Kevin that we can obtain those numbers. And for the ones that already had them, who got just an additional percent, how much those dollars are. And I mean, that's just something I think we need to know and keep track of and follow. So
Mr. Chairman, when you look at that aggregate report, the aggregate tax distributions for the counties that already had a countywide lodging tax in place, based on when the elections are, some of the statewide 2% hasn't gone into effect until they're up for their next election and renewal. So it doesn't break down anything of the 2% aggregate in those counties. So, but yeah, I think, the information is in there to the best of our ability.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Schober, I just need a little guidance and maybe some thoughts on what we need to do to, I think, maybe correct something that in that session law that we refer to, you now have two accounts. You have the account 1276 or which is the tourism board account, and then 1276, which is the reserve account, right? So you got 1275, 1276. And on your account, your Wyoming tourism account, 1275, it says in session law says funds in the account shall be used for the operation of Wyoming Tourism Board and the Wyoming Office of Tourism, which is we get, but then in session law, I'm not quite sure why it is, but on the reserve account, it doesn't give us any indication how that can be used. And so what it says here is that revenue under subarea shall be transferred to the Wyoming Tourism Reserve and Projects account, which is hereby created. No funds shall be expended from this account until approved by the legislature. So is that the way you understood it to be done? So anytime you want to use money from the reserve account, you bring that to us in a budget request? Or do we need to fix something? I guess is my question.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, that is how we understood it, that we would need to bring this forward. And in our exceptions request, the last three items, 10, 11, and 12, are funds based on like collaboratives with other entities. And the in our discussions, Director Nesvik and Director Westby and I, we saw this as a way to look at some of those product opportunities, development, some of the other things that there might not be funds available through other funding entities. And so what could we do for something that was broader than just tourism? And what we're requesting here today, and we'll get into it, are not marketing opportunities. They're more product and partnership opportunities.
So follow up, Mr. Chairman. So, and that's very helpful. So the mechanism here was as designed, and you're comfortable with that. I just was a little curious on how that worked.
And Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, we sought the guidance of others outside of our agency who have expertise and could guide us. And again, I would offer up a great deal of gratitude to Director Hibbert in the budget office for guiding us through how we should be setting this up in a budget document and how we should plan to move forward with requesting the use of these funds. And so that's what you see before you today.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please go ahead.
Just a quick question, and perhaps for Dawn, that she went through this pretty quickly, but I'm looking at handout 174. Is that the one where she gave us a correction on page 21 of her budget? Instead of 831 balance at 12 million, it's a 1231 balance of 21 million.
Mr. Chairman, no. The colloquy between Representative Stiff and Ms. Schober was related to handout number 174, and that was the food versus the lodging. Then she moved to handout 173 and corrected the 11 months of collections. It's just a one-page handout for both the reserve account and the operating account.
Correct. And on 174, it's correcting the $12 million that's in balance that's on page 21 of the budget, and it's as of August, and it's actually 1231 as 21 million. That's the handout she's referring to. All right, I want to make sure. Thank you.
So just generally, your anticipated revenues for 23-24 is roughly 40 million. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
And then your reserve account, you're anticipating how much? 9 million?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
And so I think it'd be useful for us to know where that money's coming from. And how much from each county, or for both of those things. It would just be useful data for us.
Mr. Chairman, just, and we have it, and let me just explain to you what we did without, we had nothing to base this on. I mean, we haven't had this before, and we're coming out of a pandemic. And so what we did is we ran, if there were a 3% statewide lodging tax on existing actuals. And so we went back to 2019 because that was a year, the only year that we had prior, we didn't want to use 2020 numbers. Those were too fluctuating because of the pandemic. So we went to 2019 and then we looked at 2018, 17. We ran some examples and we said with conversations with hoteliers across the state, like what is your anticipated occupancy, advanced bookings look like? And so we said, let's use 2019 as our base, as a point of reference. And so we use those as projections, like what would we expect that would be in there? And we actually started out with a lot less than where we've ended up. And that was, how you have the projections even on 21 is because we were using projections as we were developing the budget before we had a lot of actual data. We're soon to have 1 year. Will the collections of 21 be abnormally high? Will they be a standard for going forward? And so as we looked at this, we just don't know. We chose to be conservative on what we saw as projections for the sake of this budget and as we looked at it. And so on page 21, if you look at 21, 22, that would be 18 months as we projected. Obviously now we know with actuals that it's going to be substantially higher than that. Because even at 11 months, we're at what we had anticipated would be 18 months. And then you carry that forward, then there's our budget request, anticipated revenues in the next biennium based on what we know today, and then the same process moving forward. And so the thought would be that there would be money left in the account to be able to address things like, do we have a big spike in COVID that we need to address an additional marketing something? What if things go down and collections in the future are less, but yet we still want to have some stabilization within this budget? What if there were another catastrophic fire? We've been able to dodge the bullet on those. And so the philosophy with the board and our leadership team as we move through this was to be able to have some way of having a cushion in there, but yet still using this money for the purpose in which it was intended. The industry was supporting the mission to do this, and that we would put forward comprehensive programs and initiatives for the use of this money. And that's what we've developed in our budget today. But I know that understanding what these revenue accounts look like and how we came to get to these projections is important. Now, we've had a lot of discussions around it too within our office. So I don't mind spending the time on it if you have a lot of questions around it.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm curious in this variance between projections and actuals, are you able to determine how much of that is based on occupancy rate versus how much of it is based on the room rate?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Schwartz, this is where we're going now for what we're going to do in forecasting going forward. It won't just be based on what a historical component was. It will be what were the factors that maybe contributed to the increase in 21. Certainly rate was an important part. And then also, the availability of inventory as things ebb and flow. When you have, for example, with Xanterra, if they have one of their primary lodges under construction and then reopen in a certain season, that can make a big variation. In your neck of the woods, there's been a couple of really high-end, a new hotel, coming on that certainly could impact some of the collections that are represented from Teton County. And so, but all those have to go into consideration as we evaluate and forecast going forward, now that we actually have actuals in place to look at.
Okay, further questions? So, yeah, I'm curious about how you come up with your projections, because I don't think anyone would have forecasted the amount of tourism that was in Teton County this summer. That I think was off the charts for everything, and it continued before and after the season. And all of the motel rooms, prices almost double. It was just an amazing event, and be very curious to see if that carries on and for how long.
Mr. Chairman, it, definitely is a topic of consideration. The other thing that, on the flip side of that is these last 2 years have been unique in what the visitor economy has been. Travelers have not had the opportunity to travel outside of the country because of limitations and restrictions on international travel. There were, sporting events in 2020 weren't available. Things like Broadway musicals in New York just started this summer opening back up. And so when you think about where we are in this pandemic and what's available across the nation, we have these conversations, with colleagues that it's almost the tale of two cities. Cities have been really closed and still very limited in their opening and having visitors come back in, while the rural parts of the United States have really benefited from travelers throughout these 2 years. But as we move out of this and return to our new normal, what will demand be for places like Wyoming? We can't take that for granted that we would still have, this same kind of interest in travel to Wyoming. And so it's part of, when we talk about getting visitors to the right place, the right visitor to the right places at the right time, that's a big consideration for us. So we continue to use the guidance of experts as what they know for, the best area of forecasting, and we'll put together the plan. And you can only make decisions on what you know today, the information. Tomorrow we may have more information. The next day we may have more, but we'll continue to evolve this and look at how we would forecast how this would play out.
Okay, further questions? Seeing none, please proceed.
Well, the good news is that there is money in the account and that it was a good year. And I think the good news too, for all of you is certainly, when you did pass the statewide lodging tax, was that there could be a benefit to the general fund, that the Office of Tourism would not have to be considered in your general fund appropriations. And certainly at a time when, you're looking to maximize your general funds. And so that brings me actually to our exceptions request number 1. And I just have never had the opportunity to be able to do this at a budget hearing, but I'm very excited to ask for your permission to move this standard budget amount of $22,433,704 from a general fund appropriation to a special revenue appropriation. And so we would ask that you would follow the governor's recommendations by moving that amount over to the special fund revenue, and it would come out of that Wyoming tourism account that we just discussed.
Okay, questions?
So I'm sure that will be a very difficult one for you to make a decision on. I think you'll probably spend a lot of time agonizing over whether or not this should come from general funds or special revenues. And now, as we move into the next part of our budget, I'm going to turn this over to Michelle to take you through request number 2 and our plans to deepen our marketing efforts to capitalize on the new market realities of the world today.
Okay, Michelle, please.
Thank you, Diane. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thanks for having us this morning. I'm going to walk you through priority number 2. I believe it begins on page 25 in your budget narrative. Grow visitation by increasing advertising efforts. So strong, healthy campaigns, as we just talked about, generate incremental travel to the state and contribute to a healthy Wyoming economy. The return on investment for every tourism marketing dollar spent resulted in nearly 8 back in sales tax. So how do we continue to raise awareness of Wyoming, and not just as a vacation destination, but also as a place to relocate or start a business, raise a family? And I think to Senator Hick's point, we don't want to just elevate and raise awareness of our icons. We're really trying to elevate and raise awareness of the entire state to disperse visitation around Wyoming. So we do this by focusing on 3 things. Market intelligence and data, as we talked about, definitely influences our decisions regarding campaigns, target audiences, and our media buys. We also focus on campaign development and deployment, and whether we're targeting domestic or those international visitors that we want to welcome back, we need to get the Wyoming message out across many channels. We also measure results for advertising effectiveness, key economic indicators, and we hire a variety of third-party vendors to help us with this. So in order to continue driving awareness and economic results from the paid media placements, the priority for the incremental funds on this particular number 2, growing visitation by increasing advertising efforts, would be to increase our brand exposure. And we do this, there's some examples of how we would do this. Again, it's critical to expand our national reach to differentiate Wyoming among our competitor states and to expand our awareness of Wyoming as a destination to a broader audience. Adding a national TV layer and increasing the duration of our media buy would significantly impact our reach. We need to enhance our content library with those content stories throughout Wyoming. We're evolving the campaign to focus on modern explorers, and that includes locals and also those out of state that have a connection to Wyoming, to highlight their stories all around Wyoming and make sure that we're including compelling video to share on our website, e-newsletter, and social channels. Continued collaboration with other state and federal agencies that share our mission to encourage residents and visitors to be mindful stewards of our public lands, wildlife, culture, and communities. We would build upon this momentum of the Why Responsibly messaging to highlight those lesser known locales and meet our objective to disperse travelers around the state, especially relieving some of those higher pressure areas that we saw increased visitation through the pandemic. This increased funding will also allow us to leverage innovative technologies and have a more personalized relationship with consumers based on their interests. And I'll be expanding on those needs for increased investment in digital platforms when I walk you through priority number 4. So in summary, increasing national exposure of our well-established brand with a strong creative strategy and evolving our campaign work to keep it relevant will positively affect the number of overnights and travel-generated spending. We would ask for committee approval of the $8.8 million request to support additional marketing efforts and expanded reach as per the governor's recommendations. May I answer any questions in regard to the priority 2 request?
Questions? All right. Senator Grew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if I understand what you're talking about correctly then, so this is the money when you talk about, and this goes back to some of the questions that we've heard earlier, about them being able to drill down and tell the story of smaller communities, other communities, not the ones that are the magnets, but be able to tell that story and flesh that out. And that's what this enhanced dollars in marketing will be able to do, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman and Senator Guru, that is correct. We would use these to really expand our national outreach and tell a lot of those local stories and make sure that we're covering all of those efforts. We certainly learned, I think, from the past Salt to Stone examples that were brought up earlier about investing in those routes. Definitely elevates the local communities and gets us a lot of return.
Mr. Chairman, if I can follow up. And so when we do that, then this is going back to the chairman's question. I know something we do in our county is that then you can, then those local counties with their local lodging tax groups can start to chart and find out what the spend is in those communities, just like we do. Where in our county today, we can target out the slow periods. We can target out the times in the off seasons where we tell our hotel owners to offer lower rates, or we talk to our airline partners about offering discounts or other things that we do to prime that pump to get people when they're normally not coming, so we don't overload the system, and then help other communities, that this program can help other communities start to do this in small steps as they mature in that realm. True?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Senator Grew, that's correct. I think when Diane was explaining earlier, destination marketing organizations, which is what state tourism offices and local tourism offices are called, we've really focused a lot of efforts on becoming destination management organizations as well. So we're not just marketing the state, but we're trying to manage like dispersing visitation or helping to build and strengthen infrastructure, things like that, so that we are looking at all of that when we're marketing. We're not just putting iconic things out and trying to build a campaign around. We're trying to be very mindful about how we grow, where we grow, what the resident sentiment is, things like that, to build these campaigns out.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
use the phrase modern explorers. What does that mean?
Yes, Mr. Chairman and Senator Kinski, we've evolved the That's Why campaign. We evolve it every year to try to just continue to add elements to it to keep it refreshed and updated in the marketplace. And this year, our advertising agency brought us a few different options of what we could look at for evolving as we go into summer of '22. And one of those concepts was these modern explorers, because that's really what we've seen with all this increased visitation around to these rural areas, as Diane mentioned. People are becoming their own kind of modern day explorers. And so we take a look back at some of our historical modern explorers in the state. And then we also look at those modern day people in the state that are doing a variety of different things that we can highlight to almost tell stories from the local communities instead of just saying, hey, you know, come to this community. We certainly promote local events and things, but we can also find that it's nice to connect with some of the people from those communities and tell those stories about what they're doing as a modern explorer, whether they're starting a business or whether they're an outfitter or guide. You know, how are they a modern explorer and helping to connect people to Wyoming?
Mr.
Okay,
Chairman,
questions? Please. Representative Simpson.
thank you for coming and visiting us today. So 2 years ago, when we adjusted the lodging tax, it was the budget numbers were to replace the 22 million, which you've done on exception number 1. And so I'm a little bit confused on this budget request and then the next one, 8.8 million and then 5 million. Where did this extra money come from? Was it part of the transition, or where are these funds coming from under the special revenue?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Simpson, these are all money that would be funded through the special revenue fund. And so when we were looking at pages 21 and 22 in your budget narrative, there's the Wyoming tourism account. And so exceptions requests 2 through 9 would be in addition to the standard budget and would be coming out of the Wyoming tourism account. Exceptions requests number 10, 11, and 12 would be, if approved, would come from the Wyoming Tourism Reserve and Project account. So these would be requests that would be funded through the statewide lodging tax. The entire budget of the Wyoming Office of Tourism would be funded through the statewide lodging tax revenues.
Mr. Chairman, to make sure I understand that then, so the adjustments we made to the lodging tax 2 years ago is actually generating more money than the 22 million. And it's creating these accounts that you're able to pull extra funds in from.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Simpson, yes, that is true. And the discussions with the industry were that, we know that, with general fund that you all have to make decisions based on state revenues and projected revenues. And by moving to a special revenue account, there would be greater stability and, hopefully greater stability in the numbers that are available to fund the office and to also be able to expand some of the programs that we have deployed. That's true.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So I'm curious, I think in your narrative, you have Wyoming ranks 28 in terms of funding of all state tourism offices. Is that just a straight number, or is that per capita for population? What is that number?
Mr. Chairman, it is just a straight number. Every year, the U.S. Travel Association does a report out of state tourism budgets, and they take out the things that are variables. Some states have a film office that's funded under them. Some states operate welcome centers. Some states don't. And so they try to move out those variables and have a budget based on, what their marketing dollars are. States have different funding mechanisms. There's probably only about 13 states that are now still on a general fund mechanism. The state of California certainly raises, the most money. They're on a referendum that's passed every 4 years. But that's what it is. It's a raw number, just a straight number.
And so do you have the data of what those hard numbers are for all the states?
I do, yeah.
Yeah,
we
could
do-
you
we
provide
can-
that to us?
Absolutely.
All right,
Happy to
great.
provide that over to you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Representative Larson.
Thank you. Director, kind of following up on Representative Simpson's question, Representative Walters and I was kind of going through there. I'm kind of trying to understand maybe what the agent's philosophy is moving forward. You've got this revenue coming in special accounts. You're going to kind of have to adjust with the ebbs and flows of tourism. But it appears to me that, you know, through your tourism account, through your reserve account, the sum total there comes to about 43 million that you request in expenditures would leave you with a balance in your accounts of estimated to be about 2 million. So is that, I guess I'm trying to understand what your philosophical approach is to the future. Are you thinking that you'll always bring these accounts down to a minimum amount? Or do you think that there's a need to maintain a balance in the event that you have an economic impact that then makes it difficult for you to run your next biennium's budget because you'll be on special funds and not general funds?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, I'm going to rephrase what I heard just to make sure that I'm answering the question correctly. Is really what is the philosophy for how the funds would be used in order to, and what's the philosophy behind any savings that would be left in the account versus expending all of the funds?
Yeah, so how much of the fund do you feel is appropriate to spend each year in light of maintaining some for the next biennium if you run short?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, if you look at page 21 on in your budget narrative, so the balance at the end of based on this budget scenario of what this budget request is out of this account. So there would be the carryover to start, then there's the which is the 21,985,000 projected. We know that it'll be more than that, but that's what we started with. We built a budget on the biennium of 39.5 that would be funded out of this account if approved. And then it says special revenue 1275. So we were anticipating that in a 2 years of a biennium of 23 and 24, that the account would generate, that there would be 36,116,000. So you have the carryover, you have the revenues that are generated, you subtract out what the budget is. That leaves a balance based on this scenario that we did prior to submitting the budget in August of 18.6 million that would be left. So it's about 1 year's worth of operating. And then the same scenario, then you have that as a carryover to the estimate of what you'd have in biennium 25 and 26. We didn't make any changes in the projections at this point for the budget, not knowing where the economy may be. And then again, projected revenues at a slight increase. And then same scenario, you've got your carryover, you've got your revenues that are generated during that biennium,
Okay.
and you have the subtraction of the budget.
Okay.
So
So do
that's
you-
the philosophy right now, is that there would be roughly 1 year's worth of flexibility within that. But as the statutory language says, we couldn't expand beyond the authority of which we were given to expand. And certainly then, as within any situation, if the funds aren't there, you can't spend beyond what's in there.
Well, and hence the question, because I just want to know your philosophy as we consider all of these exceptions because we are at the checks and balances, I guess,
Yeah.
as we look at this, and I just want to make sure that we're kind of on the same page, that we make sure that you've got some in the event that you need them.
And Mr. Chairman and Representative Larson, we obviously, we could define programs that could expand this entire amount, but to go from 0 to 100 right away. So we're gonna have to build up some of these programs, especially in the, which is what we'll go through next, that James is gonna go through with you on the destination development side. We've been doing that work for years, but now we have an opportunity to really make a paradigm shift in that kind of work and working with partners and other agencies across Wyoming. And so, that's going to need some ramp up And we want to be able to sustain it into a long-term future. And so, we built it on what we know today and what our best information is. But when we're here with you, next year, the year after, and presenting budgets, that philosophy may change slightly. I don't think it will change drastically, but there may be some additional information that we would want you to consider at that time.
So Diane, I'm curious what your current numbers are in terms of ending balances and projections based upon the newer data. Don, are the numbers on 21, are those predicated on balances as of 12/31 or 12/1, or are they prior to that in terms of actual collections?
So what's on page 21, we're just the budget planning and
Right, yes.
projections, right? We updated the balance on that. But what we have done it, but we didn't change it here for the budget book. We just want to update you on the actual amounts is, you're probably going to see a much greater carryover for the beginning.
That's right,
of-
yeah.
Yes,
that
yeah,
would
we
make
can,
sense.
we can update those for you based on what we know today.
That's what I would like to. just
Absolutely,
update
not a
it.
problem at all.
Okay.
Yep, we can get that for
Mr.
you.
Chairman,
Go ahead, Kev.
in December, they had a 21 million. In August, they had 12. So we're overperforming on our revenue collection.
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
I really do think that Representative Larson brings up a good point, and I think it's worth discussing. And again, it gets back is the policy on how we would want to move forward. But certainly we in appropriations, if anybody knows the pitfalls of putting budgets together based on forecasted revenue. And even our tourist economy is subject to significant economic downturns. And so as we have this discussion with the agency, it just is a conservative philosophy. I think many of us has promoted for a long time that anytime that you can go to a cash balance budget, in other words, you actually got the money in the account to be able to fund the biennium's expenditures is a much better way to budget than based on forecasted revenue. And we've learned that lesson how many times since 2016 with the state budget. So I think it's a worthwhile discussion. I think that's what Representative Larson may have been kind of talking about, that maybe right now we need to look at trying to get those reserves up to fully fund. And then before we start the build out based on projected revenues. And so it's just, it is a philosophy, but it's one that we've had, and I'd like to have some more discussion on that, Mr. Chairman.
Kevin, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, that's precisely what we did. We're looking at the cash balance that's going to support the next year, and we can trim it on a supplemental over the next year. So we're just doing this on an annual basis, having the reserve in place prior to appropriation.
Okay. Could we all be so lucky? Okay, go ahead.
All right, Mr. Chairman, moving along into kind of the discussion about what we would want to do with expanding beyond is in our next request, number 3, taking you through our planned approach to evolving our destination development efforts is James Schoon.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thanks for having us today. My name is James Schoon. I'm the Director of Global Partnerships at the Office of Tourism. I have the pleasure of taking you through priority number 3, destination development.
Page number? 27. Okay, go ahead.
Over the past 15 years, as Diane had mentioned earlier, the Office of Tourism has been investing efforts to help Wyoming destinations develop their communities to be tourism ready and to have the capacity to leverage their visitor economies through a program called Wyoming Best. That program has helped numerous counties evaluate their tourism product as well as build out their strategic plans for moving forward. We realized early on through programs such as Wyoming Best and similar partnerships that every partner has different needs. And a one-size-fits-all approach on support wouldn't be as effective. The program needs to be very partner-specific, taking into account all of their current needs. That's what's led us to the Destination Development Program. Our long-term vision has always been to meet the 23 counties where they are in terms of capacity, to provide assistance to help them develop sustainable tourism economies. That includes every partner, from those that are small to those that are large. So we're very excited today that this is a project that could potentially be approved to help fund some of this project. The goal behind the Destination Development Program is to elevate Wyoming partners to their highest potential by providing funding, resources, and education on destination management and destination marketing, resulting in economic growth for their communities and the state. We're continuing to work with organizations such as the Wyoming Business Council, the University of Wyoming, Department of Workforce Services, State Parks and Cultural Resources, the Outdoor Rec Office, the Humanities Council, as well as Young Strategies and other vendors that can help us build out the county's needs to put together an effective program. Each of these counties' programs may actually look a little bit different depending on those results. In some cases, this may involve mainly financial support, where some may focus on assistance with staffing or education. A major piece we're already planning on is making marketing and management resources more readily available for partners to use. Keeping in mind, of course, that managing current visitors that are already coming to the state are going to be still the #1 priority. One of the pieces of this baseline research, which Diane mentioned earlier, is in your packets, and that's called the county assessments. You should each have one specifically for your county. And this is information, again, at that baseline level that we're going to dissect with partners and see any sort of changes going forward. The data focuses on tax collections, job supported, overnight visitor information, origin markets, top destinations visited, length of stay, lodging tax collection, and hotel and short-term rental collections. All data that will assist Wyoming partner decision-making abilities going forward. Once the Destination Development Program is established, the Wyoming Office of Tourism will continue working with lodging tax boards. We want to make sure that we establish further parameters and tracking around the program. With the recent distribution of CARES funds through our office, we are envisioning a program very similar in terms of tracking and overall approach. Investing in the Destination Development Program across the state will result in an overall stronger infrastructure driven by strategic plans. It will elevate in-state partner efficiencies and allow them to achieve their highest potential, resulting in a positive economic impact for the entire state. With that, we ask for your favorable approval of $5 million as per the governor's recommendations. And I'd be happy to answer any questions at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Questions? So I'm curious, is this, first of all, it's coded as professional services, is that right?
Mr. Chairman, it is. And I don't know that now, as I'm hearing you ask this question and how we have, our plans are to develop the program, is we would have to contract with some folks to help us administer it. We don't have the capacity to do it on our own. But some of the work would be passed through. And so it would go from our office to, it could go to the Visit Cheyenne or to Visit Sheridan as they would develop programs. When we were in the, working with the CARES funds and distributing that money out, there were questions like, could we add some bleachers for an event that we're producing that would draw visitors from around? And within their existing infrastructure, it was like, you can't use that money for fixtures, fixed fixtures is what I should say. And so these would allow some of these destinations in there that are mature or where they are, is to use the funds for some things along those lines. So not everything would be through professional services, because that's our contracts with our fellow DMOs. Does it go into the 900 series? Oh, well then I stand corrected. I should have asked Anita right off the bat, Mr. Chairman. It would all be professional services.
You'll also talk about grants and assistance and coaching, Head Start, and a resource person, which would, I take it that's an employee or it's a contract person.
Be a contractor, Mr.
To
Chairman.
help the small communities. So I see this plan. How far along are you in it?
Yeah, do you want to take it, James?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, we're actually at we've talked about this for probably the last 6 to 7 months. We've brought in industry partners. We've brought in also some vendors, such as folks that helped us out with the Wyoming Best program. and also our board. And we talked to them about the potential of this project. We are at the very baseline of that. We're at the point now where we're looking to work with multiple counties on doing inventories of their products and what their needs are. Working with our in-state ad agency, as well as some other vendors that can help us assess different pieces of their strategic plans, as well as where they're at. Maybe it be with websites, maybe it's with employment, just an overall inventory of where they're at so we can move forward with the next steps of the program.
And how did you develop the budget? Do you have an outline of it? What those costs would be? Where would they would go?
Do you want me to take that one, James? Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, so we looked at what we were able to disperse for needs through the CARES funds for each one of the lodging tax boards, and we use that as, that's an indicator and a baseline. And then what we priced out, just looking at some professional services. One of the things that we feel is really foundational here is when you look at smaller communities, they really need a lot more help than a more mature destination. And we have almost triangles in Wyoming, like the northeast corner with Crook and Weston, and sometimes Campbell up there. You know, they need a little bit more help. They're smaller. They don't have capacity. They don't have professional staff. The Bighorn Basin is another area where there's a triangle. There's some that we've talked about in the Salt to Stone. And so, and I always think about you, Senator Kinski, when you were saying, you've said to me over the years, like a business doesn't know how to do a marketing plan. They need help building a website. And so almost if you think of how a franchise organization operates with their franchisees, you can buy into, here is, you know, help with building out your website. You could buy into, here is help with laying out your social media strategy. Well, and some of these entities need help even beyond that. Who's going to deploy the social media strategy once you have it? You know, who's going to post to Facebook and Instagram? And so, you know, that's what we're looking at, is how we're trying to figure out where all of this would move in a, to be deployed. But we used $5 million a year through CARES. So we thought, let's start with a lower amount. Let's look at 5 million on a biennium and see how we could start to ramp a program like this up. And so what James is talking about right now, we have the University of Wyoming's students from the Hop School doing a statewide inventory for us. And so we can, because you have to understand what product do you have to be able to develop it. And sometimes it's there, but it doesn't have signage. It might not have a parking lot that's accessible. And so those are the kind of things that we're looking at with this program.
And so your initial out of the gate, this would be an ongoing ask per biennium until it ramps up and kind of to see where it goes. Fair enough?
Mr. Chairman, that's true. All of 2 through, well, actually 1 through 9 would be ongoing in these requests.
Okay, further questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I'm curious in this effort, how you would, or if you would encourage collaboration on areas that logically should be combining. And you're familiar with Johnson County, Sheridan County, and there's so many folks see it as a zero-sum game. People are either going over 16 or they're going over 14, and everybody trying to wrestle one from the other, as opposed to, you know, there's people coming to the Bighorns. Let's market that together. How is there a way to bring people together in that fashion? Because all these boards are independent and very jealous of their prerogatives.
Mr. Chairman, that has always been our goal, is to bring folks together and understand. I mean, we enter into cooperatives with other states for that very reason. We know that people are traveling through multi-states. And so yes, and part of the basis of even understanding product is, you use the example of Johnson and Sheridan, you know, from a lot of those state historic sites and some of the areas, they straddle both counties. There can be an itinerary that covers those. And so, yes. And we even in the assessments that James is talking about, looking at doing multi-county at one time so that we can do that assessment to say, here are the routes or the circle opportunities. Maybe base camp is Buffalo this trip. Next time it might be Sheridan. Next time it might be, you know, back to Buffalo. So.
Thank you.
Okay, further questions?
Anything else, James, on that? All right. Moving right along, we'll move quickly through the rest of these. Digital platforms are the infrastructure to all of our efforts. Request number 4, Michelle's going to take you through it, has an ETS approval, budget exceptions 2022, and the number is 7607. So Michelle.
Thanks, Diane. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm back to discuss enhanced digital platforms, starting on page 29 of your budget narrative. And as Diane said, this really is the backbone of a lot of the work that we're doing if we're going to increase our marketing efforts and then have any sort of infrastructure to support increased visitation to the website, engaging with visitors. This is a key piece that we need to have. The pace of innovation and change is faster than ever as the world becomes more digitally connected. And as a mother of 2 teenagers in my house, I'm being severely outpaced by that advancement. Investing in digital infrastructure and technology platforms allows us to reach audiences in much more targeted and personalized ways. With enhanced tools, we can keep up with that pace and continually evolve, which is what we need to do, always stay relevant. Ongoing updates and improvements to our website play a key role in this long-term development of Wyoming as a travel destination. As we develop and improve the website with these new digital platforms, we'll see an increase in engagement, which results in higher cost and maintenance fees. So some of this is just dedicated to upkeep of that website and hosting and maintenance. Other travel technologies would help provide optimizations and interactive elements for visitors so that we can help optimize their trip planning. This includes enhancements to existing platforms like the interactive Wonder Map, which we're very proud of that we did in partnership with Wyoming's Outdoor Recreation Office. This provides visitors a valuable trip planning resource, residents as well, that elevates partners across the state, whether you're a service provider, an outfitter and guide. It provides a lot of good information on that Wonder Map. So continuing to update and enhance that interactive map. Technology can be deployed to enhance the visitor experience before, during, and after the trip. So it doesn't just happen beforehand. We try to engage with visitors throughout the entire cycle of their planning and being in market and then follow up. So investing in this will create broader awareness with our audiences and provide us those multiple touch points that are so crucial as we need to engage with travelers throughout their journey. Our goal is to implement travel tools that will automate the travel inspiration and planning process, save us time, and create a more seamless travel experience for consumers. So in summary, ongoing development of technology is a crucial part of the tourism industry. And it's important for us to keep up with the latest travel technology trends and have continued infrastructure funding to support Wyoming and keep us relevant moving forward. We would ask for the committee's approval of the $340,000 request to enhance digital platforms per the governor's recommendation. And I'm happy to answer any questions in regard to priority number 4, Mr. Chairman.
Just a general question. So has all of this been presented to the Travel Rec and Wildlife? And have they gone through and kind of fine-tuned or commented on each of these proposals?
Mr. Chairman, we have not gone through in detail the budget request with that particular committee. Our conversations with them have been around some overall general tourism development, but we've not gone through the budget in detail with them.
And I'm just curious because, I mean, that's your home committee.
Yes.
So it would just seem to me that if I was in that committee, I'd want you to present all this to me. But
we have asked for time on the agenda, but they've had to make some variations in their schedule. And certainly there's a meeting coming up in a few weeks. We're on the agenda for a short period of time to discuss a film production incentive, but we can ask for some additional, maybe the Chairman Ellis or Chairman Plittner would allow us a little bit of additional time to go through this budget with them.
well, in some ways, you'd have better luck with them than us. Perhaps. I was just curious.
Yeah.
I mean, how far
Good
along
question.
you are. And, you know, I get the impression that this is kind of developing as we speak. It's an amazing opportunity, but you got to put it all together.
Exactly. Yeah. A lot of thought process has gone into it, and we understand that, you know, it impacts a lot of folks. We've focused predominantly at this point to get ready with what the industry needed. and those conversations. And certainly, a lot of local folks are having conversations with their own legislators, but we will follow up with them. We intended at some point to go through this with them. It didn't get there yet.
Well, and that
Mhm.
goes to my next question is that because, essentially you're creating kind of a statewide plan. And obviously, every county is going to react a little bit differently and want to behave a little bit differently and want to have their own input. And the real question is as this thing grows, what I foresee is they're going to say, we want control of our own dollars, or we don't like that idea, we want this idea. And so it'll become a tug of war. It's almost impossible not to have. And so to get ahead of that, I'm curious how much input you're getting from the individual counties and from their tourist boards, and as you're putting this together and developing this scenarios.
Mr. Chairman, we've, through the program that James oversees, we have the Wyoming Best, which is a program that goes in and does these kinds of assessments, conversations with each of the communities, which involve elected officials at the local level, other industry partners there, elected officials, legislators are invited to attend to. And so the majority of the counties in Wyoming have already done that. We had to slow down during the COVID time. There's still a few that have of the larger destinations that are doing, some are doing a little bit independent. Teton County has a visitor management plan that they're assessing right now. And then the ones that are left are really those small communities. It's those that need the hand holding a little bit more. And so that's what we're left to go, is to make sure that we don't want to deploy a whole program. We have a good idea, but from conversations with them, but to put it into a strategic plan is a next step of it.
So what do you envision for each one of these proposals, your ramp up time to actually get it up and running?
Mr. Chairman, we are deeply into a lot of this because it's evolution of what we're doing. They're not one-offs that are different. But the exciting part of having resources, financial resources, to be able to deploy some of these programs really allows us to take what we have that's in place that has success metrics with it, so we know that they're working. And it also gives us a chance to explore and see where there might be things that we hadn't thought of before that could also enhance what we have in existence. And so by July 1st, we're ready to run with the items that are in this exceptions request.
Okay, further questions? All right.
All right.
Please proceed.
And then, while the majority of our efforts that we deploy are direct to consumers as we do our marketing, a critical component of this trade is also the travel industry, travel trade, like wholesalers, operators, very big in our world. And James is going to take you through exceptions request 5 and 6, which cover the domestic and international.
Thank you, Diane. Priority number 5, reviving domestic travel trade. The domestic travel trade, or more commonly referred to as the preform group travel or motor coach travel, plays a critical role in Wyoming's economy. Many Wyoming hotels and restaurants and attractions target these groups because of their immediate impact. You can figure you have roughly 45 people that fit on a motor coach, and if you have multiple coaches going through per day, you can imagine how quickly those start to tally up. During a study in 2018, the American Bus Association, one of the largest national domestic travel trade organizations, estimated that just under 27,000 motor coaches went through Wyoming, equating to roughly $329 million in overall sales. Due to COVID restrictions in 2020 and 2021, the industry took a major hit, and they're really looking to bounce back in 2022. The domestic trade approach, as Diane mentioned, is focused on one-on-one direct selling to the folks that build out these itineraries and sell them to their clients. It involves a lot of relationship building and trust for a company to invest money in selling certain areas that they may not know very well. This generally takes place through appointment-based trade shows, sales calls, and familiarization tours. We're also exploring some opportunities with the American Automobile Association, or AAA. They have some very staunch members that really go to them for the trip planning opportunities. With this increased traffic in some of the higher volume areas, as mentioned earlier, it's essential that we do build those relationships up and keep the relationships and reestablish those that we already have. They're looking for lesser known areas to visit around the state. And it's a huge opportunity for us to help redistribute that visitation going across the state as well. This initiative allows Wyoming to increase our presence at domestic travel trade shows. It also allows for an incentive program that involves planners highlighting lesser known areas of the state and filling rooms in areas looking to increase their local tourism economies. This incentive program would also include promotion of additional events such as the Mountain Man Rendezvous, College National Finals Rodeo, and others across the state. With that, we would ask for your favorable approval of $426,810 as per the governor's recommendations. And I'd be happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Questions? Representative Stitt.
Mr. Chairman, so part of this would involve operator incentive programs, is that correct? So what does that mean? Are you going to pay the motor coach people to come here? I mean, what does that mean?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stith, appreciate the question. There's many different ways that we can do an incentive program. In the past, we've actually done some where we'll help out the tour operators, the folks that are building these itineraries, help them with their promotion to their clients. We'll work on coming up with itineraries, mostly from lesser known areas that in order to get them to actually sell that to their clients, they have to have some sort of incentive that they're not just putting all of their money on the line. We incentivize those. The first year, a little bit higher of a percentage. The second year, as it continues to sell, a little bit lower and a little bit lower. One of those success stories actually was with Western Leisure, a company out of Salt Lake City that came through. And we actually focused on some of the smaller communities around the state, not including some of those major draws as we talked about earlier. The first year it sold out within a couple of months. The second year, we didn't actually even incentivize it, and they continue to run that program. The goal of this is to have those operators see that this is actually something that they can sell to their clients. It's going to be profitable for them. And then obviously we can help redistribute that traffic across the state and help out those smaller communities that have the hidden gems in the places that we want people to experience as well.
Okay. All right, proceed.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, with that, we'll move on to priority 6, reviving international marketing. As with the domestic travel trade, international visitation is a large contributor to the Wyoming tourism economy as well. As mentioned, the borders, some of them have been closed since 2020. The Office of Tourism has done our best to try to do this digitally through one-on-one sales calls and trade shows. But as many of you know, that only goes so far when you're trying to build a relationship and continue that interaction. As the international borders do start to reopen, it's imperative that Wyoming reestablishes itself as a premier destination for international travelers. As we have always done with international marketing opportunities, we will continue to partner with destination marketing organizations, Brand USA, and the 5-state consortium of the Great American West to buy down high-dollar partnerships. With the borders being shut down, it also gave us a chance to reevaluate all of our international marketing efforts. The outcome being more targeted efforts in Canada and Mexico and continuing to focus on the markets with the best air service across Europe, while pausing efforts in the Asian Pacific markets for the time being. Another outcome from the border shutdown is really an increased demand from those international travelers. The trends are showing that there's an urgency to get back to the United States. On top of that, they want to go to lesser populated areas outside of major cities. Obviously, a great draw for Wyoming. This priority will allow Wyoming to remain top of mind with international visitors as they return to U.S. travel. It also allows Wyoming to promote lesser known areas of the state to help redistribute traffic where needed. Without this, we run the risk of losing market share to other states with similar product offerings going forward. And with that, we would ask for your favorable approval of $676,850 as per the governor's recommendations.
Thank you. Would you mind give me a little more definition on the 85,000 we use in rental and leases? I didn't know if that was maybe for offices or what are we using that for?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, the rentals that we're talking about, this would be for those one-on-one trade shows that we go to. It'd be for booth space when we have international operators come in and they sit across from us and we talk about the whole state.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And going back, just to follow up on the professional services, that constitutes what under this request?
Mr. Chairman, the professional services on this, we actually have in-market representation through a company here located in Cheyenne called Rocky Mountain International. And we have in-market reps in 6 countries that go out and do on a weekly basis, they go out and do sales calls with these tour operators and itinerary planners on our behalf. So the services that you see on there would be funneled through Rocky Mountain International here in the US that oversees our international in-market representation.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chairman, exceptions request number 7, interagency support and collaborations. We've long partnered with fellow state agencies. We've talked about many of them today that we do work with. I think, as we've looked over the years, some of our partnerships have varied in the complexity of the scope and work. One of the things that we are, and I'm speaking on behalf of a lot of my colleagues in other state agencies, but most notably when the Great American Eclipse took place in 2017, there were 10 state agencies that worked together very closely in how we were going to manage that on a statewide level and from visitation and other infrastructure needs as we enjoyed that. And so as we have looked at the areas that are outside of the direct purview of the Office of Tourism, but yet there is a benefit to the overall tourism economy, we wanted to look at where we could use some of these funds in order to address some of those challenges that might be there with other areas. And one of them is in the operation and maintenance of our Northeast and Southeast Welcome Centers. We currently have an MOU with the Department of Transportation for the operation and maintenance of both the center that's here south of Cheyenne and the Northeast Center that's located on I-90. The one in the Northeast Center opened in July of 2010. The one here in Cheyenne opened in September of 2012. And we have not had any change to the current contractual arrangement that we have with YDOT. It currently, just so you have perspective on it, is $300,000 a biennium. And so is that right, Anita, or is it 300,000 per center? 300,000 per center, so 600 per biennium, yeah. So 600,000 total for those two combined together. We are asking for an additional 100,000 a year to go toward the operation and maintenance. This would be added to our MOU with YDOT for these centers. There's been a rising cost in contractors for custodial services, supplies, inflation. Also the O&M agreement does not include landscaping, some of the other things that they've run into. And so we wanted to be able to make sure that that the operation and maintenance were adequately funded for these centers. And so we would ask that as part of this, that we add 400,000 to that MOU. 800,000 of this request would be a fund shift to Agency 24, State Parks and Cultural Resources. The office was established, the Outdoor Recreation Office was established in 2018, but without funding. Our office, the Office of Tourism, the tourism industry, has a vested interest in their ability to operate as a fully functioning outdoor recreation office. And our goal is to provide financial support to ongoing interagency projects that would benefit the tourism economy. I know that when we were originally scheduled, Director Westby was going to be right after us. And so these mirrored requests would be tied together. He'll be here, I know, on a Thursday to visit with you. But in our work with them, we wanted to be able to support a lot of the things that we need. One of the things specifically, I know he'll address it with you, but Michelle talked about the Wonder Map that we've done, this outdoor recreation digital map. There's a need to constantly have that updated and to have understanding, as outdoor recreation products come on, as these collaboratives build out. And that's a big part of what they need staffing for, is to be able to work on the data end of that. And I don't want to speak for Director Westby and what his plan is fully, but I certainly, through our conversations, those are just one of the minor needs. And so we would ask that you give that strong consideration. We knew when we were looking at a statewide lodging tax that we would want to be able to support some of these other endeavors that are not directly within our scope of work. And then the third portion of this is a $50,000 fund shift to Agency 10, the Department of Agriculture, specifically the Wyoming State Fair. I've had the pleasure of being on that board as part of the structuring of that board, and they have a really great manager and they're doing great programming. We will continue to include State Fair in our experiential marketing, Western culture, rodeos, events, other opportunities. But what they really need is for their ongoing comprehensive marketing. They have a marketing budget that they do not only just for State Fair to draw attendance at State Fair, but to market the State Fair complex as a year-round facility for other uses. And so this would support their endeavors. We've had a chance to look at where they might need some assistance, and this would just be a fun shift that would be ongoing that they could add to that marketing budget. We would ask for your favorable approval of 1 million. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm
excuse me.
just, so explain them. I'm not sure I understand. So you're going to direct a certain amount of dollars or position marketing to the State Fair from the tourist dollars, correct?
Mr. Chairman, we would want to pass through from our agency's budget, 50,000 on a biennium to the State Fair budget for marketing. That would enhance what they have in their marketing budget.
And so my question is, then do you direct how they use those funds, or are you just going to let that board decide how the money is going to be used? How's the control mechanism going?
So, Mr. Chairman, in the statutory language that established the State Fair Board, it says that there will be a representative from the Wyoming Tourism Board or the Wyoming Office of Tourism that sits on that State Fair Board. So there will always be someone from our entity that's there on their board, as long as we follow what's the guidelines in the statute.
Okay, go ahead.
So Director and Kevin, this might be for you as I try to track these fund shifts. I can track the 800,000 from this agency to state parks. I see it in both agencies' budgets, but I'm not seeing, I see the transfer of the 50,000 from tourism, but I don't see it accounted for in Department of Agriculture under the State Fair. Am I missing that?
Mr. Chairman, it should be in
I
there. We did a follow up.
could you maybe follow up and look, because I don't see it there, and maybe if that's something we need to, and I would assume that would show up in their 800 division, the state fair.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, it's kind of strange with 881. When it goes out, it's a transfer. When it goes to the agency that's going to spend it, we put it where they want to have it. So this might be a professional service fee of the other agency.
If you would you please just check that?
I'll find it. That's for the 50,000.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman, we would just ask that you approve the 1,250,000 as per the governor's rec. Exceptions request number 8, enhancing Team Wyoming. Actually, if Anita didn't have laryngitis, she would be taking you through this. She's been our champion of Team Wyoming since its inception. But I hope most of you are familiar with it. We have leveraged Wyoming professional rodeo athletes and college rodeo programs. We started actually in 2005, and we use these professional cowboy, cowgirl athletes and college rodeo athletes as ambassadors for the state of Wyoming, and much of even what Michelle referred to, modern explorers, having a deeper connection and stories with Wyoming locals they've been a great resource for us. In 2014, the legislature formalized what we had been doing within our own existing budget up until that point. I know, Mr. Chairman, you were very involved in those discussions when you got started. And so what we want to do, excuse me, I just want to finish what I have written here, is there was an appropriation of $620,000 that was done at that time in 2014 that was added to our budget to enhance Team Wyoming and to enhance college rodeo programs at 7 community colleges and the University of Wyoming. And then, excuse me, and then to have enhanced overall visitor attendance at rodeos throughout this tourism summer season. When the National High School Finals Rodeo is traveling through and coming into Wyoming, the College National Finals Rodeo. Unfortunately, over time, we've had to make some adjustments to those appropriations, even within the colleges and to our Cowboy Team Wyoming program. Now we have an opportunity to fund back and make this program whole. And so this request, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, of $220,000 is to bring this program back up to its full capacity as was originally intended. And we would ask for your favorable approval as per the governor's recommendation.
Okay, questions? Go Team Wyoming. All right.
Yeah, they had an impressive national finals rodeo this year. So lots of good things coming out of that program. Exceptions request number 9 was included in the ETS review and ETS approval. Budget exception 2022-7608. This request is for additional licenses and user fees and subscription software for staff development, tracking, engagement, and reporting, as well as ADA compliance widgets and customer data software for welcome centers. We ask for your approval of this request of $62,200 as per the governor's recommendation. Now that concludes everything that we would have asked for in the Wyoming tourism account. And the next 3 priorities would be one time in nature. And we are asking for these to come from the Wyoming project reserve and project account. So moving along, exceptions request number 10, renovations and enhancements at welcome centers. Wyoming has 6 welcome centers that the state operates at various entrances to the state. Our office is responsible for managing the visitor services at the Southeast and Northeast welcome centers. And we rely on partnerships with local lodging tax boards and other state agencies for the visitor services in Sheridan, Bear River, the Summit, and Pine Bluffs. Research shows that on an average, a visitor who stops at a welcome center stays 36% longer in Wyoming and spends 22% more money. So they really are viable vehicles in which to extend the length of stay. The Northeast Center, as we just talked about when we were talking about operations and maintenance, opened in 2010, Southeast Center in 2012. Both of these need updates to their interpretive exhibits. There's a lot of change in technology, and as do the interpretive exhibits at the 4 other state-owned centers. And so we would want to work in partnership with the entities that are managing visitor services there. This is really about not changing walls and building buildings, but it's about updating the interactive components that visitors engage with on a day-to-day basis. In addition, we are seeking funding in this request for pop-up centers. Just like they have pop-up restaurants and pop-up retail stores, there's pop-up welcome centers and visitor information centers for use in partnerships with local communities that maybe don't have that, or other state-owned facilities such as many of our state historic sites where they would need pop-up. This would be a one-time funding out of the project and reserve account, and the request is 1.5 million as per the governor's recommendation. Any questions on that one?
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question. I was noticing your statistics on cell phone usage and that 76% of people use their cell phones to navigate and do things now. Could you tell me kind of as we evolve and we're talking about all of this, how much do you see visitor centers playing a role in the future, because we're talking about increased virtual reality, people coming before they come and experiencing the state, things like that. Do you see a need for both of those things going forward, or do you think that one might eventually fade out? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Steinmetz, I'm glad you asked, because it's a question that comes up often about the use of those, much like print versus digital in the advertising world. And while consumption may change on how people use it, they're still marrying these together. And what is beautiful about technology is you can, we've been looking at different companies as we prepared this budget request to evaluate companies who engage in technology and interactive exhibits within a welcome center, and then pinging to a carrier with your mobile device. An example would be if you're in Cheyenne here and you're down at our information center, and there is a cast of a mammoth. And then that visitor could have information then about where do you go to look at other mammoth dig sites around the state. Maybe you're outside of Warland, or maybe you're in Laramie and they would take you to the Natural History Museum on the University of Wyoming campus. And so the whole goal of part of this is not only to update just the existing exhibits, but to marry them with technology that fits right in with those mobile devices and the information. I mean, you know how you get information sometimes that you're like, how did that happen? And that's how it happens. And so you're connecting them with these spots where you're within proximity of a certain area. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Diane, you talked earlier about partnerships with other state agencies, and I'm wondering, when you talked about the welcome centers, I'm wondering what you might be doing with partners, with YDOT, with some of the rest stops around the state. Golly, certainly needs some TLC in my opinion, but also I think it's maybe a missed opportunity for information about events in the area and so on. I went through one recently and there was a Wyoming map just laying there on kind of the little place that, like a shelf. And so that was sort of the attempt at, and so I'm wondering what you might be able to do down the road to work with those partners and see if we can come up with a plan to maybe enhance the visitor experience, if you will, with those.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Kenner, on the nose on that. And we've had a lot of conversations with Director Reiner, folks who've been in that position beforehand. We just see rest areas as a real viable interaction with the traveling public. And there are variations just within communities of how well they're utilized. The one in Chugwater, the community there, the Platte County Visitor Council actually brings in volunteers to staff it all summer long so that they can disperse community information. They use it as a tourism tool. In Pine Bluffs, it's a rest area, but there's built out a rolling door that can go up and down, and Visit Cheyenne also operates that, where they have staff over there in the summer. And so those are just two examples of how local communities have engaged. And so we're in the conversations with them about enhancing a rest area. A rest area is much more than just a pit stop. It really does have the ability to influence travel and travelers. And while it might not be a full-blown visitor information center, they certainly can have a broader use. And so, we'll take on the challenge, and, they're workable partners. YDOT is certainly open to working with us on this, on how we can help make those better for the visitor.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to sleep there.
Mr. Chairman, Director, thank you. You have a note here on this exception request that an average visitor who stops at a welcome center will stay 36% longer and spend 22% more money. Is there any reason to believe that the welcome center is causing that? Or is it just the people who are going to stay and are going to spend more money have the time to stop, for one thing? And then isn't it true that from 2016 to 2019, the number of visitors was steadily declining? So it declined 11% during that 4-year period. Is this putting money into this? Is this just damage control? If you have this trend line of less use, do you need to spend the money just so it doesn't look embarrassing when people stop there? It doesn't look like it's really a growth sector.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Stiff, so the use that you referenced in the 36% and the 22%, that actually was done, those figures are a result of an intercept survey that was done at both the Northeast Wyoming Welcome Center, and then we did another one at the Southeast Wyoming Welcome Center. So that was actual data from people here in Wyoming Welcome Centers. It actually, we had a lot of data leading up to the building of these two that I referenced, the Southeast and Northeast. And we were using information from Michigan and other states about their own research of use at welcome centers. And so we wanted our own. Legislators had asked us, is that the same in Wyoming? And so we've done those as follow-ups. So we do know that those are directly, and it does say specifically in the research results, as a result of information that they received while visiting the information at the Welcome Center. Because, we're we were, a lot of times it isn't even just about the immediate community, it's about the community down the road or 3 hours down the road. And so they're good at cross promotion. So that's my response to the first part. And then the second part was about the visitation. Is it falling, rising? So the visitation, as we track them across Wyoming, it depends. Some are closed due to construction. Some have been closed due to other pieces. But as a rule, the visitation at welcome centers outside of COVID has continued to increase. You know, we have we've had some increases overall across the state.
Mr. Chairman, why would you say that it's been increasing? Don't your numbers show that it's been decreasing each year through
One of-
2019?
Yes.
I mean, not that it's a bad thing. I'm just saying maybe that's just, you know, people behave differently now than they used to, in my view.
So, Mr. Chairman and Representative Stitt, in 2016, that year was the 100th anniversary of the National Park Service. We saw increased visitation across the state in many areas of people seeking information. And then, as you saw, there was 2019, we did have a smaller visitation. I think that was the year that the summit, we didn't have the summit open for the first year. The one here between here and Laramie. I'll have to look at that, but we'll be able to give you some, and what would be helpful in this now, as I'm reading it with you, is days open, so we're comparing apples to apples, right? So that they would have availability, and that would give you a better apples to apples comparison.
Okay, any other questions? All right, please proceed.
All right, and then exceptions request number 12. This is mirrored in Agency 24's budget. It's their priority number 6, state parks and cultural resources. The Wyoming Office of Tourism, we both are proposing to increase the financial resources for the outdoor recreation office to grant to local communities for their outdoor collaboratives and outdoor recreation product development. Trails, biking, some of the infrastructure that we talked about. This is different than operating the office. This would actually be pass-throughs out to, you know, there's a Southwest Wyoming Outdoor Recreation Collaborative in place. There's the Bighorn Basin Recreation Collaborative.
So for those pass-through dollars, are you gonna have a board between you and state parks who then review grants and applications for these pass-through dollars, or how are you gonna operate?
Mr. Chairman, so this is through the project and reserve account. And so, you know, we see these as these broader industry opportunities. And the process that would be established through the Outdoor Recreation Office, I don't know what that process is yet for reviewing the grants, but we currently have an interagency group that works together on these kinds of projects. I would anticipate through the representation of Game and Fish, the State Office of Tourism, that we would be an active part of these granting entities.
Okay, go ahead.
And there was there's an unofficial natural resource subcabinet. I mean, you know, we're self-defined, right? And meet on a regular basis to talk about these bigger, broader issues that are, you know, more than just any one agency, but where is the expertise to guide the program with input from others?
Okay.
And then, so that is the Outdoor Recreation Spending Authority for the 2 million. Oh, I missed one. I am so sorry. I forgot to go through number 11, if I may. It's a really important one, and I'll be quick on it. It's workforce development via higher education. And so, you know, workforce is an issue for our industry as well as it is for every other industry across Wyoming. It's at the center of every conversation. And it's been definitely affecting our industry. We met with our board, with business owners, operators in our industry, and other thought leaders like Director Cooley, President Seidel, Dr. Caldwell, and discussed how we could systemically begin to address this issue and the challenge, and how do we inspire a career at the onset of someone entering, you know, and how would this industry be attractive to them? How do we retain the workforce that we have? The good news, through the governor's office, the university, community colleges, I know many of you have been involved in some of these planning and development processes, have found that there's a lot of programs that are already being propped up to bolster a lot of workforce. And the vehicle that we found that was probably the most appropriate for our industry to address our needs is WORTH. And WORTH stands for Wyoming Outdoor Recreation, Tourism, and Hospitality. It's an initiative that the University of Wyoming is proposing within the Hobbs School, but done in collaboration with the College of Business and the College of Agriculture. It's an initiative that's part of their plan, the university's plan, to support and drive economic development for the state. So recognizing that tourism is key to the overall economy, what we would like to do is allocate $250,000 out of this reserve account to support the efforts of WORTH, which would bridge the private sector needs with education and resources up and down the educational pipeline. This is not new territory for our industry, and there are already some demonstrated successes. In 2018, when the Hobbs School introduced the Outdoor Recreation and Tourism Management degree program, this industry raised $400,000 in matching dollars to secure its position as a four-year degree program. Wyoming's industry for this particular proposal would also work in conjunction with us with appropriate and the appropriate institutions of higher education to ensure the initial funding, that it is matched and that it can be sustained. And so I know there's the WIN program, which is the Innovation Network. And, so there's this pipeline from students who are in vocational programs at high schools through the ProStart program, up through community colleges, depending on where do they want to go for their careers. Do we want to go on and then get a four-year degree? And so this would be a start, and working with the University of Wyoming, asking our industry to match this to address these programs and start to really develop people and getting their interest in these careers. We would ask for your favorable approval of this $250,000 request as per the governor's recommendation.
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
could you please in detail describe what we support the efforts means? Is this personnel? Is it consultants? Is it equipment? What are we going to do with this $250,000? Because I can't ascertain that from the description here. So a little more detail, please.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Hicks, we recently met with Acting Dean Dr. Godby with the College of Business and Dean Kaprowski with the Hobbs School, and said, we specifically want to understand where are the greatest needs that you have that would also benefit our industry. Where and how would this money best be used? And it boils down to most likely through some applied research and some economic research that would be relevant for the outdoor recreation industry and some other components, but also then in immersive internships and scholarship programs where we could support the education of students through career paths in this industry. Also with putting caveats on them, like there are in many of the degree programs, that a student, if you got a scholarship through this WORTH initiative and you were in one of these applied programs through Department of Agriculture, maybe it's ag economics that relates to value added in agriculture, or it's the, through the College of Business, but then there would be a requirement that upon graduation that you would stay employed in the industry in Wyoming for, I don't know, a set period of time, 2-4 years. As we've done research on this, these are not programs that would be new. Those are certain, there's a lot of programs like this that are already in place. And I know that there are some other agencies, not agencies, but other affiliations that would have a direct impact to the tourism industry that are doing these support programs to be focused on their industry to drive workforce. And so it has yet to be completely defined, but I know that the WORTH program, because it already has a partial funding, will be coming online. And we want to be able to start to look at how we could develop up the scholarship program. And then we would also, in addition to this, within our own existing funds, be doing marketing campaigns to drive interest in it, in states, specifically focused to in-state students.
So, Mr. Chairman, just to follow up. So if it's a scholarship program, or these graduate scholarships, undergraduate scholarships, what would be, who determines what students' eligibility and the criteria for these scholarships? Is that something that would be a sole function of the university? Or those discussions, is there a review team of the applicants?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Hicks, I would hope that we would be able to have input into that from whether it's, someone in our industry, that it would be appointed to serve as part of that particular process. There are advisory boards at both the Hop School for the Outdoor Recreation Program that have a lot of community members. I serve on that advisory board. I'm also serving on the College of Business Advisory Board. It wouldn't, I would hope it doesn't have to be me. That would be a lot to do, but there certainly could be appointed representatives from our industry that would review with the university and or down through the pipeline through the community colleges.
Thank you.
May I ask just a question back? Do you have in your questions of this, is there an example that you know of and are aware of that you believe is a good best practice for this?
Mr. Chairman, I hadn't contemplated that.
I mean, Mr. Chairman, as we develop this out, but that's what we have to do is we have to seek the input of others, but we wanted to, in the directions of presenting all of your budget and what you're thinking about, rather than coming back in a supplemental session, is to present this to you in the budget session now for your consideration. So you'll know what we're thinking and where we want to move and how we want to move the industry forward. And so, Mr. Chairman, as I conclude here, I know I went out of order. I did the number 12 before I did 11, but that concludes our exceptions request and the request for the one-time funding. There is only one other thing I just wanted to bring up to you. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, we understand that there will be a governor's letter coming up to you, possibly regarding special revenue funded agencies and being afforded the same opportunity as general fund agencies if the work of addressing the 100 series goes forward. And as a soon-to-be special revenue funded agency, we would just ask to be included in those same permissions within the same guidelines that would be put forward, and have, we have also in the handouts that we sent over to LSO for you, we've included a 100 series summary, much like what you saw when I think Director Bach was here and she was talking about the general fund agencies. And so that is just as a something for you that we would ask that you consider. And with that, happy to answer any other questions. I know our time is probably put you over quite substantially, but.
Kevin, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, the compensation governor's letter will include a request to have the special agencies fall in line with the same compensation package that you deliver. And secondly, the $50,000 is not in the Department of Ag's budget. We're going to have that exception request over to LSO here directly.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman,
go ahead.
Diane, when I look through all your exceptions requests, I would characterize 9 out of 12 of those have some focus to try to increase, not all or partial, but to try to increase tourism, participation in outdoor recreation and all these things. So it's a very broad request. I think of those 9 out of 12, I total it up, it's about $20.3 million that we're targeting through at least 9 or part of 9 different exception requests. And so, and you've heard this question from me over and over the years on Appropriations Committee. How are we going to monitor the efficacy of those dollars to determine which one of those programs is? Because you guys are data rich, survey rich, that you've been able to come back and say for every dollar we invested here, but are we going to be able to drill down on these and say, look, for the $8 million that we're doing into the grow visitors growth, and then the distribution and development, you know, the digitized platforms. How do you intend to be able to come back and say, look, for this program, this is our return on our investment for increased tourism? Because I think this is, and it's always been my thing, is it's very important. We understand the efficiency of the dollars and if we are meeting the target audience. And so this is a big kind of a shotgun approach here. But I want to know within the shotgun, which one of the pellets hit dead center right on that we may want to grow and develop the program. Because if we don't collect that data and it just gets lumped in, I don't know that we'll be able to ferret out where the efficacy of those dollars is and where we should drive that program in the future. So is there some type of data collection that will be done with these to be able to identify which one of these exceptions requests really hit the mark as far as something that may deserve future consideration because of the return on our investment?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Hicks, we are data-driven, and there is a lot of data sitting underneath all of these requests. That data has driven us to come forward with these projects and ideas. And granted, not all are completely finalized or fully developed. We're still gathering and building out, but we felt like we were at a strong enough position in order to bring these forward that they would have legs and could have a positive impact on addressing gaps and addressing the visitor economy. Even in the sheets that were given to you and James referenced on the baseline of tourism in a community. I mean, you have where visitors are spending their dollars and what segments beyond just hotels or restaurants into retail, into other commercial services. And so, the data, maybe a benchmark is, did you go up? If that's what you want, but maybe then there's some really refined more benchmarks. But I do, any program that we have very high expectations of the performance, and we set goals and we look at an industry standard. And like if it's in marketing or some other things, what are we going to do to push that? So as we develop baseline data on these and we continue to evolve them, we would be more than happy and excited to share that information with you. And I think it's important that the industry understand it as well as we evolve programs. If data indicates that the performance isn't to the level that we want, is it, what's causing that? Can it be optimized and be course corrected? Or do we need to reevaluate and start over with something else and reposition those funds toward a different initiative? So yes, we're with you on it.
Mr. Chairman, so can you give me a specific example for any one of these exception requests where a metric? What data would be collected to be able to make a decision to either support or adjust the program? And that's what I'm looking for, Diane. So 8.8 for growth, visitation, advertising, and outreach, which you guys have been doing for a long time. So what is that specific metric for that? And then maybe contrast that with something like workforce development. What is the metric for workforce development?
Go ahead, you start
Okay.
first. Michelle, you take the first one, I'll take the second one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Senator Hicks. Certainly, I was going to address the pieces of the marketing campaign. We have a lot of different benchmarks. We have a strategic clarity objective document that we use. It's like a roadmap to set all of our, we call them KPIs, key performance indicators, and different goals and objectives that we set for those. So for instance, the marketing campaign, as Diane said, we look at that on an ongoing basis to optimize performance with our ad agency. We meet every 2 to 3 weeks and look at optimizing things as we go. But then we also look at more annual reports like the economic impact analysis, our ad effectiveness study. And we look at those and we try to hit different benchmarks, whether it's about visitation, exposure and awareness, reach, conversions, which are, did we actually convert travel? It's great if you can, hit a lot of households, but if they don't actually come and visit, we're looking at that incremental travel, and are we able to actually hit those marks and increase those as we go? Something like the digital platforms, just to use that as another example, that's going to be much more of like that supporting infrastructure that's going to help with all of that increased awareness and hopefully conversion metrics that we measure. So it's going to have different measurements for those, like how is the website performing? Are we having people spend more time on pages? Listening to stories about, like I talked about, modern explorers or videos from maybe your community that we're trying to promote a local event. Are people spending time on that site? Or we also look at things called bounce rates. Are they bouncing off the site? And we have all these technical terms, but we have a variety of those that we drill down into for all of these platforms. And then how do they all ladder up to feed an overall marketing strategy and drive visitor spending and just incremental travel. But I don't know how to answer the workforce one, so I'm going to turn that one back over to Diane.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman and Senator Hicks. The workforce one would be a more subjective than as objective as what, you can look at the data metrics, but understanding the baseline of workers that are in the industry now and either expansion or restriction, and those would have to be used with data and analytics through obviously the Bureau of Labor Statistics and others within the industry, but then also going down to what's the rate of retention after a graduation? Like once you start a program and you get into it, year 1, year 2, then you start to have some metrics where you can look at it and see, is this program really doing what we need it to do? Are we keeping the students here even through those immersive internships? If maybe they weren't on a scholarship that they were required to stay, how much is that placement happening within Wyoming businesses? And so there would be, I think we'd have to take into consideration a variety of different metrics to measure out workforce.
Senator Gruen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Diana, been talking a lot about metrics and talking a lot, data and being data driven and all that, and how this budget became what it is, how it came about. Would it be fair to say that you have a board and that they're sitting, a lot of them are sitting here in the room, and between them all, as I look at them, they probably have, even though they're all very young, have hundreds of years of experience in the tourism industry? Would that be a fair statement?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Grew, yes, they're all very young. But no, you're right. And they, that's what we've relied on. And I really want to emphasize again here. This budget was done in a collaborative process with our board and with our industry. This is not just an Office of Tourism budget of programs and initiatives and ways in which we believe we can bolster the economy. This is done through a very collaborative process.
And if I can follow up, then as we go through this, and you're in the middle of a transformation here. We're going off the general fund and onto a system where you're getting funded from a mechanism that the industry itself came and asked this body for, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Grew, that is correct.
Okay, so then this tourism board and then the greater board that Chris runs at the WLRA and all that is giving you input at every turn on how these monies are expended. True?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Grew, absolutely. Yeah, it's a very focal and very collaborative industry.
So in addition to, if I may, more, so while you come to, and I'm a member of Travel, Recreation, and Wildlife, you also come to our board and talk about these in general concepts, but the board itself drives a lot of these decisions and has been.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Grew, yes.
And thank you. Stop right.
Okay. Any further questions for the director? So, I just have a comment or two. Because, this is actually pretty exciting stuff. It's kind of fun. The one hesitation that I have is that all of these things that you were just asked about are board-driven directives. And as a state government entity, to some degree, it seems to me there probably may need to be more input on directives of funds to the agency other than your board. Just in other words, and I'm just speaking off the cuff really, but every agency is out there. There's some type of legislative and executive branch involvement, typically in where the monies are expended and how they're expended. Although some have more freedom than others, obviously, with Department of Transportation, Game and Fish, it's a little bit different. And how you fit in that overall scheme, I don't know. I think it's something that we're going to have conversations on. You sat down with your folks and decided this is the best use of these funds and gives the biggest bang for your buck for tourism in the state of Wyoming. But my real question is how much has that been vented through the process other than your board, and how much of it should be? I don't know the answer to that. That's this because this is all brand new to us. I was surprised that REC hasn't kind of fine comb this thing, and then that they weren't here saying, this is a good idea, it was vetted through us and all that kind of stuff. I kind of find that surprising. On the other hand, if I was the director of your agency, I'd have done it exactly like you have. So I'm not really, I'm just bring that up as something to consider because I'm sure I'm not the only one with those thoughts running through the back of my head. But we'll get there one way or the other. It's just a lot of neat things and the tie-in to outdoor rec and using certain amount of tourism dollars to actually enhance and work with on that field. I think that's a great idea. And I think it's the future of Wyoming in a lot of different ways, given our sparse population and who wants to show up and who we want to show up. I know Teton County, and particularly this, well, both the county and the city, they're thinking of ways to not let people show up so much so often. But it's for the smaller counties, it's a big deal. And to work on bike trails and more paths and more opportunities for folks to show up and for our smaller communities, it's a wonderful concept. So anyway, that's just food for thought. And I'm kind of thinking out loud as I'm regurgitating your requests. So anyway, any other comments? All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Appreciate
thank you,
your work.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. We certainly appreciate your time and the feedback, and we'll follow up on the items that we discussed today. So
Great,
thanks.
sure appreciate it. All right. So we'll take a 5-minute break. The question is how long we anticipate UW will be, if we should plow through to till 12:30, or Don, any thoughts? Or my guess is they want to get back as soon as possible.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, you have the livestock board scheduled.
Well, that's right.
And if you wanted to delay the university until a set time, say 1:30.
I think that's probably a good idea.
1:30 for the University of Wyoming.
Yeah. livestock. So, welcome. Sorry to keep you waiting a little bit. Please proceed, Steve. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, committee. Thank you for meeting with us today. At the table with me and an introduction to many of you is our new state veterinarian, Dr. Hallie Hazel. And of course, Ann Enright, our budget analyst, who will bail me out if I get in over my head anywhere. So, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I would just direct you first to our agency exception request table, which is on page 11 of our budget book. And I want to start there because we'll have a correction right away in this, but just quickly, our exception request table falls into two categories. Namely, number one, these are cleanup or fixing of repeated B11 requests, as was directed by the governor's office. And second is some requests for technology replacements. And I want to note at that time that there are some adjustments to those exception requests, Mr. Chairman. And those are due to, we had some expired Microsoft licenses, and they are in here as exception requests, but we have replaced those or replacing those currently. So those exception requests will be removed from this budget as we go. I might just give you a.
Just so you know, my Microsoft license expired about 5 years ago. As well as mine.
Mr. Chairman, I feel bad for you if you were shut down as hard as we were when ours all expired. So quickly, just to give you a heads up, those three, actually 4 exception requests. The first is on page 15 in unit 101. It was $1,100 for license updates. That request is now moot. We're not asking for that.
That's gone, removed?
It's removed.
Okay, we'll strike it. Go ahead.
Page 22 in unit 201 animal health, again, license updates of $1,375. That is removed. Both of those were general fund requests.
Okay.
On page 26 in unit 205 law enforcement, there is a removal for licenses of a split, $275 general fund, $275 special revenue. As you'll recall, the one position is mostly funded through our special revenue account.
Okay.
And again,
Director True, would you go back to the previous one? You said on page 21, I believe.
22, Representative.
22 and mine is the table.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, that request would be in the table under total department exception request in that column.
And this is
4.
for the 1375?
Yes, sir.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
And the final one is on page 53, unit 701 brands. This is a special revenue fund removal of $1,650. Well, Mr. Chairman, the totals there are general fund reductions of requests of $2,750 and a special revenue fund reductions of 19.25.
Okay, Don, you got that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, if that
So you only got about 4 more. Could we just kind of get rid of a few of those?
Mr. Chairman, I think we'll take a couple minutes of your time and we'll talk about those if that's okay. So quickly then, if you're ready to move on to the budget, is that how you want to go
Please
through it?
go ahead.
So go please to page 15, which is our admin unit. This, of course, is the unit that supports and offers all the resources for the field staff that does everything for the agency. In this one, there are now no exception requests.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, page 18 will be our next stop. That is Livestock Board Administration Information Technology. Mr. Chairman, there are no special requests or exception requests in this unit.
Any questions? Okay, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, next is page 22. This is our animal health unit, of course, responsible for creation and protection of the industry in health marketability and profitability. The only exception request that we had here, or more of those removed. So again, no exception request, Mr.
All
Chairman.
right, no exceptions on animal health. Any questions on animal? Come on, give me a question on animal. All right, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, next would be page 26. This is our animal health law enforcement. It's our law enforcement unit. Just to give you a little quick recap, this unit is again of that blended fund, general fund portion of the standard budget, 344,536. Special revenue funding is 228,960. That's a combination of our 052 inspection recording fees and the contribution from the animal remedy fees that flow through the Department of Ag.
You know, if our good Representative Summers were here, he would have questions on this. So we kind of miss it.
Mr. Chairman, I'll try not to anticipate what those would have been. So again, Mr. Chairman, that is a removed exception request in that unit. So there are none for that unit.
Okay, questions? Seeing none, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, our next stop is page 30, which is brucellosis lab tech. Mr. Chairman, this is that unit for pass-through funding to the vet lab at the University of Wyoming. The governor had recommended approval of the budget, and there are no exception requests in that unit as well.
So I'm just curious, generally, on brucellosis, hasn't been in the papers that I've seen in the last, yeah. So all good on the Western Front so far.
Mr. Chairman, I would defer to your state vet to respond to that.
Mr. Chairman, we currently do not have any brucellosis quarantine premises in the state of Wyoming. Tomorrow, that could change.
True. Okay. Please
Mr.
proceed.
Chairman, next is page 32, brucellosis travel. This is a total standard budget of $7,200 to allow the state vet and assistant state vets to travel in and out of state. There are no exception requests for this unit.
So I have a question on for, you know, there seems to be increasing amounts of buffalo herds in Wyoming. And typically they are in elk country. And so there's a for those private buffalo herds, what's the requirement in terms of brucellosis testing for those herds, or what's the process?
So, Mr. Chairman, that really is determined if they're in the designated surveillance area of Wyoming or if they're in the eastern half of Wyoming. If they're in the eastern part of Wyoming, they don't have any of the requirements than what our typical cattle would have, which is only to test if another state requires it. We don't require them to test on a routine basis unless they're in the designated surveillance area. And then they are required to test upon change of ownership or movement out of the DSA. But those are the only requirements that we have. Otherwise, it's voluntary testing on an annual basis or every couple of years.
What about on the western side?
It's change of ownership and if they leave their area of the western part.
So if they're brought into the area from another location, are they all tested?
It is not required for them to be tested to come into the area. Typically, it is done because the owners want it done, but it is not required to come in.
Where's the market? Where do they don't get, do they get them from a park? Do they get them from a raised herd someplace else so that they're more domiciled? How do you typically acquire buffalo?
Typically, it's private sales, private ownership. There's actually a large private ownership of bison across the United States, especially the northern tier, obviously, the United States. So typically, it's private sales, private ownership. It's a very niche market as far as the meat is concerned, but we do have some very large breeders of bison.
And growing, apparently.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. More problems in the future. All right, please proceed.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I think our next page is page 35, which is the brucellosis testing budget. This unit relates to our efforts to maintain prevention and surveillance. There is one position referred to in this budget that is an AWAC administrative assistant, but that position is fully funded through the USDA umbrella grant that Dr. Hazel receives. And there is also a split in the funding that it's always important to point out that that unit does have a total of $1,125,000, but only $671,222 is general fund state money.
Only?
Only, yes, sir. The only balance, or the balance then is through that federal grant on brucellosis action. Mr. Chairman, there are some, as an exception request, a B11 cleanup there. And due to the fact that we just got some very recent information on potential grant funding, I'm going to let Ms. Enright elaborate on that for you.
Okay, great. Please go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, Anne Enright, the budget analyst for the Wyoming Livestock Board. So back in 2013, 2014 biennium budget, the federal funding that we had received at the agency over a number of years was incorporated into our standard budget. And that was incorporated at the rate of $382,000, which was $191,000 per fiscal year, which at that time corresponded with the funding that we were actually receiving from the USDA under our cooperative agreement. Over time, the emphasis on cattle health and mitigation and surveillance for cattle health has increased, and so too has the amount of funding that the USDA provides to the agency through their federal cooperative agreement. And up until this year, it had exceeded, the funding that we got exceeded the $191,000 a year by 30,000, well, actually 15,000 approximately each year. So in order to be able to claim that, to receive that money from the USDA under the cooperative agreement and subsequently be able to spend that money in accordance with the work plan, we always had to submit a NAFA, a new approved funds request to the governor's office, and then a B11 to adjust the standard budget for the additional funds that we were receiving. And so that happened several years in a row. And so we were directed to look at any area where we had repeat B11s, that it would be more beneficial to adjust the standard budget to equal what we were actually receiving in funding from the USDA.
That didn't come from that kind of the bully sitting down at the end of the panel there.
Oh, I don't know any bullies. They're all very helpful to me anyway, always. So, having said that, we, at that time when we were preparing the exception requests, over a biennium, we were short by about $30,639 in line with what funding we would normally get from the USDA to bring the standard budget up to what we actually received. But we just received the approval from the USDA for the upcoming fiscal year, and they have increased the cattle health portion of the funding to $232,467, which would mean if we left our exception request and you approved it for this adjustment, we would then subsequently have to submit another B11 for the additional funds that they're now saying that they're going to give us going forward. So to keep it all in line with what the USDA are now going to provide us with funding for the cattle health portion of the umbrella agreement, we would like to ask for the increase in spending authority or the adjustment to the standard budget of $41,467 over the biennium rather than the $30,639, because that's how much we anticipate that we're going to get. In fact, the USDA have told us that's how much they're going to give us for the cattle health portion of the umbrella grant going forward. So
sounds perfectly reasonable.
Jolly good.
Okay.
Okay, so that's what we were asking for here, is just to bring it in line with funding that we get so that we don't have to go through all those additional steps.
Okay. Any questions? Don?
Mr. Chairman, would it be possible to repeat whether that is on top of the 61 or instead of the 61,000 currently in your budget, and the repeat of the amount again?
Yeah, sorry. Thanks, Don. I was looking at the wrong line. It is actually, we were actually asking for the 61,278 over the biennium. And so what we would need for the biennium adjustment is actually 82,934. Sorry, I was looking at my annual figures. 82,934 over the biennium. That would be in line, that would bring us in line with what the USDA is going to give us over the next 2 years.
Okay, makes sense. Got it? Any questions? Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, see, that was 35. We are now on page 38. This is again related to the grant. The first thing I would say, though, is that title up on the division unit, it says Homeland Security Grant, but we have no Homeland Security Grant. It's just put in this category. This is still part of that USDA APHIS umbrella grant. So that's not in our standard budget as of 0400. We don't have that category. So this little piece, Mr. Chairman, again, is a small exception request based on the same ideas as which Ms. Enright just gave you. This would cover some money for funding for avian health, which is part of that.
Okay. Any questions? Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, your next page is page 40. Again, it says Homeland Security Grant is not. This is equine, cervid, and small ruminants, the third component of the umbrella USDA grant. This one, again, is a B11 cleanup in order to deal with what we usually have to move in money, but through the B11 and NAFR process in that line item.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman, we're getting way off down in there to page 43 now, which is the Astray unit. Total standard budget of 38,750, no exception requests in that unit.
I just want you to know that, I don't know if you've ever played bananagrams, but I used estray as a word in bananagrams this weekend.
That's good to know. Mr. Chairman, this is the only place I ever use it. So
Go ahead, Lord.
so if there's no questions, Mr. Chairman.
One second.
I'd like to go back to that avian health. So the intent of that, I would, has some relationship to birds. Our use of that has nothing to do with birds. Is that correct? And I'm assuming that's permissible, but the term avian, I didn't know if that.
It's what birds eat, though.
Sorry.
That's what I'd like to find out. I'm just trying to figure out what the intent of that is.
The Avian Health Fund is used for several projects related completely to avian. We do a lot of avian influenza poultry testing at the county fairs and at the state fair. If there are other avian diseases that are of question across the United States, we'll do testing for those as well. So it's all related directly to avian disease issues and voluntary testing or mandatory testing, correct? It also applies partially to the National Poultry Improvement Program, NPIP, of which our state is a part of.
And so as I think Wyoming, I don't consider us as being big in poultry production. Is that fair, or is there spots around the state that we have some poultry besides county fairs?
Yes, Chairman Nicholas and Representative Larson. We do have small poultry breeders. We don't have any particularly large breeders that I'm currently aware of, but we do have a very active poultry population as far as trade is concerned. And we are in the midst of it. We are a migratory pathway. Since we are a migratory pathway along part of our eastern part of the state, we do some testing because of avian influenza concerns.
Thank you. Now I know.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, let's see, we just went through estrays. We are now on page 53, Mr. Chairman, which is brand inspection. There are a couple of exception requests in this one, Mr. Chairman. There are 3 actually, and 2 of those we already dealt with. No, one we already dealt with for the Microsoft licenses, but priority 1 on our priority table is the increased spending authority, B11 cleanup for brand inspection mileage. Mr. Chairman, we historically run short in paying our inspectors their mileage based on the different workflows of years. This year, I expect we may have to do another B11 just because we've inspected 25 to 30% more livestock in the sell-off to the drought. So this is something that every year has been a B11 process, and we just like to introduce this exception request for spending authority into our standard budget so that we can deal with that inspection without.
So you anticipate, or there was a 25% sell-off in livestock because of drought related, just no grass, essentially.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have hard numbers yet, but anecdotally from my inspectors and from producers at stock growers, most people think their cow count is going to be at least 30% lower in most areas. This particular little spot we're sitting in right now did the best. Some parts of the state, they sold everything. There's no.
That was my question. Is it primarily the northeast corners?
Northeast, southwest, up the western side of Highway 189 in that central area around Casper North. That whole country, that whole parts of the state is in the second, third year of short feed. And a lot of people, Representative Wallers can speak to this as well as anybody, but a lot of people held for a while, and a lot of them wound up shorter of feed than they had dreamed of. Anecdotally, I've had producers tell me that they didn't even hold any replacements back. They're just going to bank the money, hope to grow some grass, and then get back in. So that would be a long story short to talk about our brand inspection program funding in that this year is going to look like we're tearing it up. Our inspection numbers are high. Typically in a drought, following a drought, we're 3 to 4 years while people rebuild where our inspection numbers are lower. And we're going to be at least that 25 or 30% lower, I think, over the next couple of years. So that's tough, a little bit tough for us and really tough for the producers that we're working with out there.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, was there any questions on the authority for mileage? If not, our next one is for, did I miss one? I did. So priority number 2, Mr. Chairman, was increased spending authority exception request to clean up B11s on brand inspection office supplies. We're finally coming, we've been enough years into our computerized model that we're pretty close to estimating what that increased cost for ink and paper has become. So we're asking for an additional spending authority of $50,000 for biennium to meet that operating expense.
Okay, any questions? Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, priority number 3 is IT, but it's technology replacement, one-time funding. This is an exception request. As of last year, we were not able to replace the out-of-warranty equipment in our office brand staff, some laptops for inspectors, and the laptops in the sale barns. So this exception request asks for spending authority to replace those items in our brand inspection agency.
Mr. Chairman, so I just want to credit this, I probably done it wrong, but this priority number 3, technology replacement, stays in.
Yes, pardon?
Yes.
I had removed it, but when you was deleting.
Right, it's lumped in with the entire exception request in that grid on the budget. So there's
We took out the 1600.
48,358 will remain as technology replacement. I should have cleared that up.
We removed the 1650.
Yes, sir. My mistake.
Okay, further questions? All right, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, that takes us down to page 58, which is predator control fees, another B11 cleanup. A reminder that these are pass-through fees. We collect these at the time of brand inspection. Then they are paid out to the county predator boards through the treasurer's office. And this is a request because many times at the end of the year, we haven't got all of the money in. At the same time, the predator boards are demanding use of some money. And then we have to wait for the B11 to take its course before we can get them paid out. If we can put this increase into our standard budget, we should be able to help those predator boards act more quickly at the end of the term.
Okay, and the money's there, so we're, okay. Please proceed.
So, Mr. Chairman, that concludes our exception requests on our budget.
We probably should have did you at 8 o'clock in the morning instead of 12:45. Just go boom, boom, boom. Don?
Mr. Chairman, Director True, Division 400 is currently titled Homeland Security Grants. According to the testimony, it sounds like that is not accurate. Should we change that to federal grants or some other division title?
Mr. Chairman, what's the title of that? Grant? Go ahead.
So Don, sorry, Mr. Chairman, Don, typically, I think the grant, we used to have a Homeland Security grant, and it was in that 400 series. So that's, I think, what the state auditors set up that 400 division as being for us, but we don't have any Homeland Security grants anymore. It's part of the umbrella grant. I don't know if that is a standard naming that the state auditors have on that 400 division. Does anybody know? You know,
Mr. Chairman, it's not. I think it'd be better just to change it to what we're using it for. Take Don's recommendation.
yes, so if we could change it to, I don't know, USDA APHIS umbrella grant or cooperative agreement, that would be excellent. Because we never had the 400 division in our standard budget before because the amounts were quite small. We used to just do the B11s, but this would bring it into the budget.
Okay, any questions from our senators? Okay. I would love it, yeah.
On a couple of things. And I'm going to stay away from the recruitment other than we have the same difficulties everybody does. And one place I would boil that down is we've always had a silver lining in the energy downturns, and it gives us access to good young folks that are peripherally related to agriculture. But we're not getting, we used to get where at a brand inspection job, we'd have 3 or 4 to choose from. We're still getting that one good one, but we're not getting quite as many good recruits coming to that as we have had. But I did want to give you a quick update. A few years ago, Vice President Hicks had brought forth the bill on the law enforcement reimbursement program. That comes due at the end of this biennium as a reversion, but we're getting quite a bit of play from our local sheriffs now. We have 5 MOUs out there using that money. This would be from what my law enforcement officers tell me and the sheriffs is in our current economic inflationary out of work status. Things are fairly vulnerable out there in livestock world. And so we're pretty interested in trying to carry that one more time if we can, or the balance thereof. So I just wanted to throw that on your plate. We're getting some action. We just did a recognition of a sheriff's deputy from a neighboring county at stock growers that did something that I've always claimed, in that our perpetrator is a peripheral perpetrator of many other crimes. And they have 31 felony counts on a gentleman that we traced to Florida and stole livestock and sold it, stole the equipment and sold it, stole gas. So I think that plus and that linkage between our folks and those sheriffs is starting to gain some ground. So I just wanted to share that with the committee at this time. Be happy to share it in committee meetings at the session, what I think we're getting done in a positive fashion with that.
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
Director True, how much money do you think you're going to have left over that you'd want to carry forward for the next biennium?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Simpson, currently that was originally a $250,000 appropriation. And you gave us spending authority to access 50,000 of our special revenue if we ran tight, like at the end of the biennium. Right now, the balance is 174,000 and change in general fund money still residing in that account. And all of these agreements, these MOU targeted enforcement agreements is basically what they are, will expire on the last day of the biennium. So we would want to renew all those again, and we continue, we're in negotiations on a couple more right now with different sheriff's offices. So, you know.
So
Mr.
follow up. So your objective would be to continue with the existing budget. You're not going to be asking for additional funds.
Mr. Chairman, and no, I'm not asking for more. If you wanted to ante that back up to that original $250,000, that's fine with me. But no, even if we could just carry that 174,000 and then we have that 50,000 that we can reach to in our own money, if we need to, because we are getting a few claims. We address that two ways through these MOUs with the sheriffs for targeted enforcement. And then if they run into expense, which is way outside of their normal ability in a livestock investigation. And we're starting to get a couple little claims on some necropsies and things like that on some shot livestock.
Mr. Chairman, so have you asked the Agriculture Committee to sponsor a bill that would extend that deadline?
We have not, Mr. Chairman. It was rolled over. It was a 2019 bill and was rolled over last year or in the last budget session to the end of this biennium in the 300 series as a carryover.
That was, I guess that was my question, is where is it in your budget? And then could we just carry that over in the section 300 in the budget bill? But which, is that in which division? do you show
Mr.
that?
Chairman, it doesn't reside in our budget. It's in an account at the auditor's office. Is where that money resides. Unless I misspoke.
Could be somewhere.
Yeah, no, the money was placed in a fund account that the auditors and the treasurers have access to. And when we have an expense, we submit a request to spend that money. But it's not part of our standard budget. It was a fund that was established. The bill, I believe, wasn't it? First bill.
A true
established-
coffee can.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it was appropriated in a standalone bill. And so then it was placed into that fund.
Okay.
1118-120 is the statutory reference where that was established.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I think that would conclude unless you have any other questions.
Okay, no further questions. Let us not allow you to defer us from our lunch any longer. All right, thanks a lot.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we'll stand in recess till 1:30.